Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville, and this is sort of a Saturday challenge, kind of a Saturday challenge, maybe not exactly a Saturday challenge, but we got multiple figures here. These are some of the same ones that we were working on last night, doing some Galadhrim Elves. This is what they ultimately look like with the snow, Aether Armored Wolf. Boy, that is just too bizarre. I mean, that's really the only way to describe it is just bizarre. Let me try something here. Wow. Holy smokes. Wow, look at this armored wolf. That's cobalt teal. That's dry. Hey there, Ryan. Check this out. This is dry. And that's cobalt. Said nobody ever until now. That is actually that's actually dry. Wow, that's pretty incredible. Especially since I was using some of this stuff too. It wasn't just alkyd colors. So and that ain't a slow drying color, let me tell you. So that is pretty darn wild. Look at that. Now, where's our other one from last night? Here it is. So there's our other one from last night. Well, what we're going to do is same deal. All right, we're going to hit him with our super complex preglaze of Van Dyke Brown and that phthalo green Prussian blue mix up here. Super complicated, right? We're just going to do that. What the heck? Let's roll here. By Ryan, I've never really had any army that you could say had white as even really a major part of the color scheme. So I'm really good. How many months ago, Ryan, was it that we sort of talked about winter elves? Might have been over a year ago. And well, fortunately, Dandelion and Middle Earth came along and made these sculpts. I mean that doesn't hurt because believe me, I ran across, ironically enough, in my what do you call that? What do you call that? Your Facebook memories or something like that, right? All of a sudden, what to my wondering eyes should appear was well, another one of those the old Galadhrim Elves that I did years ago. I'm just gonna throw some of this out there, just because I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna say thank you so much, Pure Vita. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. That is 8 months worth. Hey there, Knuckle Matthew. Nice to see you too. So yeah, Pure V. I don't know if you saw the conclusion of this right here. That was really fun. Again, Theoden, King, and Snowman. Now let's just get rolling here. Let's get going on this stuff. We're just gonna throw some of our Van Dyke Brown out here. I'm gonna keep that one. Oh yeah, that's right. I need one that doesn't have any primer. We'll just leave that one out there, I think. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hopefully you've been having yourself a decent weekend so far. It's been extremely busy here. Actually, Pura Vida, I just posted a new video to the Patreon page, so hopefully everybody gets to see that. That was really interesting. There was a lot of logistical things going on there, let me tell you. So Pure Vida, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hey, Cheese Whiz, nice to see you again too. Happy Saturday to you. Hopefully it was a happy Saturday, and of course, well, maybe wait till there's more folks in the chat. Same thing there, Ryan. Wait till there's more folks before you maybe post some works and such in the chat there. I might maybe we'll leave him. We'll hit this guy. Well, Pura Vida, that sounds really good. That sounds very good. Relaxing sounds fantastic. It really, really does. Hopefully, again, everybody's had themselves a gee whiz. It's darn near Sunday here. It's 10:26. Sorry, it's later. I thought maybe I could start at 9:45 or something like that, but the video just took a little bit longer. It's the stupid checks, and of course, there's nothing copyrighted on there, but sometimes it just takes forever to do those. Nope, Cheese Whiz, that is the primer. So remember, I did a recent video that was maybe about maybe 2.5, 3 weeks ago about mixing your own primer color. So yeah, that is not the resin color is the usual. It's the same gray like always. Hey there, Green Fairy Studios. How you doing? So Green Fairy, check this out. Well, first of all, this is we tried this one last night. I have to say this was pretty effective. It kind of did some of the same things that the Radiants do. It's a little bit. It's definitely not quite as I don't know. It's pretty much the same. We're gonna try that other violet one, but there's about 3 or 4 more of these. I might try to get these before that sale dies out there. But look at this. So it's cobalt teal, right? Do you see any paint on my finger? It's been what 20 hours since we did these, maybe only 19 hours. Yeah, that's cobalt, and that's dry. Pretty wild, right, Green Fairy? So it's a combination of Van Dyke Brown, only a tiny bit of Mars Black, but mostly Van Dyke Brown. No, no, but no, we'll wait on this. We'll wait on that because then maybe some folks will want to see that pre-glaze process. Then, all right, let me get some of that phthalo mixture underway here. Hey, Crazy Wolf, nice to see you. Green Fairy, I mean that's pretty crazy, right? I mean, I don't know what the heck else is in there, but it basically behaves just like Terra Rosa. It's opaque. It even has a teensy bit of staining to it. I don't know what the heck is going on, but that is, and it dries flat too. It dries fast. It dries flat. You'd swear it was it's like Terra Teal, or it's Rosa Teal. I don't know what we're gonna call that. So Crazy Wolf, how has your printer been working? Because you got, I know you were kind of switching things around there. So, oh, Crazy Wolf, now that I've tried this for about 4 or 5 prints, again, the stuff, it's harder to release, I gotta say that, but this stuff actually works better than the bamboo glue. As far as I'm concerned, so far that has been more reliable. Thanks, Pura Vida. That was, again, that's an extension of what I did on that one tutorial video. But here we had a chance to really kind of dive into it and really make some finalizations on the design. So that was really fun. And obviously, well, we have a whole army to do with that now. And of course, again, these are the sum of the AI images that I generated right in the course of that video. Again, that was a video on using AI to do color schemes. We were trying out the cobalt teal. We worked in a little bit of freehand just because. Hey, Gandalf, welcome back. Nice to see you again. So, Green Fair, this is it's almost like a Saturday challenge. We have multiple figures. Uh, and oh, here, right as I was waiting for that stupid video to upload, I added all of these are the flower tufts that we made in previous videos. Huge surprise. Finally got a chance to use that color for the first time. So, and then of course all our leaf and other flocks. So that looks very different now, right? With all the flora and fauna in there. It kind of looks like the rabbits just jumping out of the grass or whatever instead of just off of a cliff. So it looks very different with that now. Oh, here's our other one. Here's our other one there. Well, Crazy Wolf, I'm not going to say anything. Because what happens when we say anything? Well, when I say anything, right? So I'm not going to say nothing. Actually, Crazy Wolf, I'm going to, well, let's see. It's only about a 9. No, it's not as long of a print as I thought it would be. Maybe because it doesn't quite have the footprint. But it's going to be a toy. I wanted to start it up before the stream, but the spool was definitely going to run out during the stream, and I just thought, I'll start it up afterwards, and then that way I can just kind of get to it, not have to worry about it. Let me see. So Gandalf, you would it would look really weird to just have one of them. I think you were saying that well, if you had a whole army like this, but one guy with the red cloak, well, that one guy could be well, he could be the boss man. So it could actually make it easier, maybe for gameplay, to actually distinguish who is who. But I already have some elves that I think I was showing you those last night. Yeah, the other the ones on the elks, which actually was the old color scheme for this army back in the day. I'll just say best of luck with that. Yeah, not gonna say anything else because that'll jinx it, won't it, Crazy Wolf? For sure. All right, there we go. So again, we could do that, but I already have multiple elf armies that have actually that kind of that red cloak color scheme. That's why we're trying to find something as different as possible. Now we're gonna show you here. This is the neat thing about the Saturday challenge is we get to do stuff like this. So take a look, see here. Okay, that's that right there. That means that is a set pre-glaze right there. This right here is so fresh. That's why it has that glossiness. And even here, you can see that's starting to go away just a little bit. Starting to go away just a little bit there. So no, Pura Vida, that is over here. See where my finger is? That's Prussian blue and phthalo green. So Prussian blue, phthalo green together. Now you can see the difference here. Again, that's just the primer, which again, we mixed up that primer ourselves. That was a color that I made. You can see now the difference, right? And then we'll wipe some of this away, and then you get to see the difference again. So yeah, again, you could do that. It would be very distinctive. He would certainly stand out from everybody else. Well, here we've got. So like here, we could do the chariot here, and we'll say something more like a red, and that might be maybe that's the unit champion or something like that. So it could be helpful for gameplay. Oh, here's my sponges over here. I'm also going to just cut up a few more because I'm going to try and give myself a minute or two here just to let that paint set on there. So again, we're just going to chop up some more sponges here. Might need to just get me another batch. Oh yeah, I'll need to get me another batch of these for Adepticon. That's right. Whoops, here again. This color, it's over here. See where my face? It's right over there. That's where that color is now. We have not yet had a chance to use that violet color, which I suspect might be another radiant. Oh, also we got this, the Endanthrine blue from Gamlin. Oh, there it is. I'm guessing I'm gonna pull out every single one. Yep, except the color that I actually want. So there's the richest. Look at this. We actually have the Puro Orange for finally. And this is it. So that's the Brilliant Violet Light. And I might just wander on over there again after the stream to try and get some more of those not Radiant Radiants. Yeah, Gandalf, GW never did one like this, did they? They never did one like that. That's really nifty. Hey, Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle, did you just see how that stuff is dry? Yes, Grand Oracle, it's dry. That is pretty crazy. I just never thought that something like that would happen. You got the Endanthrine from Richardson. Grand Oracle, that icy blue. I like it because it's very neutral compared to all of our other usual radiants, right? It's almost hey, well, we've how many times have we mixed radiant gray? You know what this is like? It's kind of like radiant gray. I think that's what we should call instead of icy blue. We should just officially call that radiant gray because nobody could be confused at all by that, right, Grand Oracle? So Gandalf, Dandelion. Remember we were talking about last night. They She really does some really incredible stuff. Now again, I didn't get a chance to prep this one, but now you can kind of again see it not with all of the stuff around it at least. So again, that's gonna be we're gonna do this as Dark Galadriel, and it's basically it's like she took the ring, and all of a sudden Lothlorien, it's just winter. It is winter in Lothlorien. Hey Doji, oh hey Doji. So this is about 19 hours, right? Do you see any teal on my finger there? None whatsoever. So yeah, this is basically dry. Now, what I want to put, I wouldn't exactly put, my sealer on there or my anti-shine, but still, that's pretty impressive. Hey, Blades, how you doing? So, Blades, I see that you posted another cake, just to kind of show. Wow, look at see, there's the staining property of the phthalo green, and it's about 50-50 Pura Vida. It is about a 50-50 mix of the phthalo green and the Prussian blue. So just try and keep it as in down the middle as possible with that. So great to see you there, Blades. So yeah, it's about time for that the human gets to eat the cake, right? It's like, yeah, okay, the dog's been spoiled. Now it's time for the human to get a little bit of cake there. Well, it Blades. Well, there was what used to happen at WAPO gatherings is people would give me their icing. Kathy would give me her icing. My brother Frank would give me his icing. Next thing you know, I had icing on my cake plus these three other people's cakes. So, needless to say, uh, it was heavy on the icing. Now look at the difference there. Again, that ooh, there we go. So primer, pre-glaze, pre-glaze wiped away. You can still see again that is the staining property of the phthalo and Prussian colors. So Doji, great to see you, and yeah, Doji. So Grand Oracle is also now the proud owner of some cobalt teal, and that icy blue stuff, that ice blue. It's kind of like our radiant indigo. That's what I'm going to call it, radiant indigo, not radiant gray, radiant indigo. So Blades, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And Blades, do you think you'll be streaming on Monday? I know that you were kind of giving yourself a little bit of a recharge. Like you need the vacation, you need the rest from the trip, right? To kind of reset everything. Yeah, fine. I still can't. I used to throw this part of the sponge. I used to just automatically throw that away. Now it's practically become one of the most sought after pieces. It's really weird. Let me see. Now, Blades, this may sound crazy, but could you actually freeze part of that? Like take a third of it and freeze that, and just maybe, time comes along where you say, boy, I really got the hankering for cake, but I do not have the time or the energy to make one. That hopefully that could possibly work. Yeah, Blades, it's definitely getting crazy here. Now, this coming week, you might be seeing me stream some Adepticon stuff. Oh, by the way, tomorrow afternoon, uh, folks from Mantic, they're gonna drop off that Halo stuff. So whatever the new Mantic thing is involving Halo, those figures are gonna be here. So you'll be seeing those streamed at some point during this month. All right, we've got where the other guy? There he is. There we go. Now let's do this. I think that'll be a little bit easier to hang on to that. So no. Let's do these the right way. I get one more here. Let's do this. So primer, pre-glaze wiped away, and then there's your finish. So that's where we're going to be heading. That's the GW method, right? It goes from this to this all in one step. I mean, come on. That's how it goes. That's the GW way, right? Let me get these things out of harm's way here. First, some dry brushy stuff on the base. Thanks, Blades. I was gonna, the caramels. Yes, I had been saving the caramels that you sent. Now, I think that was actually a couple of care packages ago. Yeah, they went a little bit quicker than they were supposed to. Yeah, that was, that was supposed to last me a couple of weeks at least. I think it lasted about 3 days. Yeah, those went away real quick. They were definitely very good. Yeah, Green Fairy Studios. I remember. I think it was maybe one of the first 2D paint or something, and I posted the step-by-step things, and somebody did. It's like the owl, and I'm like, what the heck is the owl? I had no idea what that was. I had no clue what in the world anybody was talking about. And then someone fortunately posted the meme of the owl, and then I understood what the heck they were talking about. Now, of course, that's kind of how this looked, right? Or all of our 2D art looks that way. Remember, there was like a big oval here with a couple of lines here and something over here. Oh, and then the art, and that was it. And I said, oh, look, our drawing. It's clearly established now. But Doji, I mean, it's almost like it's like cheating. It's like stealing. I don't know. It certainly feels like we're getting away with something, doesn't it? For sure. So yeah, blades. Those are really, really, really tasty. Now, okay. That means I get to show off this Pura Vida. So we'll keep that thing in mind. We've been painting all kinds of Tomb Kings right on the channel, and we got more to come. More to come. We've got the March release. We still have to finish off the February release. Now this is our 2014 Tournament Army. Speaking of Adepticon, that was my last Warhammer tournament right there. Now you can see the movement trays. Well, the movement tray that I just did for that video I just unleashed today on the Patreon page, that was kind of done in the same way those were. Now, there's Cetra. All of those horsies, those were converted, but those were just the old GW nasty kind of horsies right there. So yeah, not very special. There's the War Sphinx, which we have also redone, so keep that in mind, right? And then there's that we actually did a Colossus as well, but there will be a Screaming Skull Catapult. Oh, we did the birdies. Yeah, well, we've done more of this than I thought. Oh, and there's also some Sphinxes, I think, too, in the Titan Forge terrain. So we're going to be printing out probably some of that. And again, all the hieroglyphs there. Again, that describes how the army came to be. Again, that's the Silver Pharaoh. Again, a Tzeentch tainted Tomb King's army. So again, keep in mind some of those pictures you just saw. And then take a gander at that. So that's that same chariot, but with 3D printed horses. Those are from Titan Forge. Now, there's the War Sphinx. This is from One Page Rules. So again, that's kind of sorry, these guys are in the way there. So that's a kind of a modern day update on the old Tomb Kings right there. Plus, we did throw in a little bit of our teal color. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Blades, I kept the tin because it was kind of a neat little tin, and I thought I could use it for some kind of miniature stuff. So I'll just take a picture of the tin for you. Now look at that big boss gets themselves a sub too. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So that was the Silver Pharaoh. And again, of course, we've been adding all kinds of fun stuff to it, like the The horses, again, from Titan Forge, and all these chariots from Highland Miniatures. We also did, of course, all of the Ushabti, the kitties, the crocs, the Anubis. There's still one more of those I have to. Oh, that's right. I got to print out these terrain bits. That's right. I knew there was. Well, I'm printing terrain, not terrain, basing bits. I'm actually printing some basing bits right now. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So thank you. We're over 68% to a level 1 there. Oh, no problem. Oh, thanks, Blades. Appreciate that. So I will check that out, and I'll send you a picture tomorrow. No, Crazy Wolf, any stuff like that, I'm just going to use the oils because the oils will definitely do it better. Uh, 10 times out of 5, the oils are going to do a better job, and you will be much more satisfied with the results. Thank you so much there. It's Pura Vida, Grand Oracle, and Blades comboing up for one of these things. So I believe that sounds like a choo-choo. It looks like a choo-choo. It is a choo-choo. There it is. There's your hype train. All aboard. All aboard the hype train. Thank you so much. That's a shamrock shake right there. All aboard. Hype train. Hype train. There it is. Look at that. I'm trying to hypnotize you there. Either that I'm just trying to give you a seizure. Also, Crazy Wolf, 2 people. They got that stuff just out of curiosity. They got it just to see what might happen, and they said, "Yep, I'm just sticking with oils from now on." So they tried it. It was kind of gritty and grainy, which wasn't a surprise. Let me see if I can actually. Is this some So it's probably a lot like this stuff right here. This didn't work too bad, but again, nowhere near what the capabilities are of oils. So it's probably the exact same stuff as this. Actually, from what they described, it doesn't actually work as well as this because I've used this a bunch of times. Now, you've seen me use it on terrain. Actually, yeah, Crazy Wolf on terrain stuff and on bases. Even on stream, I've used that. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now we're going to try and get some of our... There we go, on that shield. Now, I remember from... I learned my lesson last night. I really got to go strong with our light color on there. Just a little something that I learned. Oh, look at that. War Shadows going to get themselves a sub courtesy. No, let me see. Here we go. I got this. I'm going to use this to say, hey, Zach, nice to see ya.
So say we all.
Appreciate you being here, Zach. I hope that everything is going well. Happy Saturday. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Looks like we're at 100% of this. So that sounds like a hype train. Sure does sound like one. However, it looks like a different hype train because it's this hype train right here. There you go. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Hype train. Hype train. All aboard. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Pure Vita. That's 1,000 points worth of hype train. Level 3. There it is. All aboard. All aboard the hype train. Thank you so much, Zach, for doing the subs. Some gift subs from Zach. Thank you so much. We're going to need a refill on this pretty soon. We will need ourselves a refill. I do believe that's it's a level 3. Almost, now we're a decent part of the way to a level 4. Like, holy smokes, man. Hey, watch where you're pointing that thing. You poke somebody's eyes out. He's like, what am I supposed to do with it, man? I can't hold it any other way. Like, that's dangerous, especially for somebody that doesn't have any eyelids. Yeah, that's kind of rough. How'd you end up with no eyelids? Genius over there didn't give me any. So don't blink, there might be a hype train. Thank you so much again for the subs, and thank you so much, Pura Vida, for the Much appreciated there. All right. This is our, as we're going to call it, Radiant Indigo. And we're just going to dry brush this stuff on here. So it looks like, I believe that's a level 5, yes. We're almost halfway to a level 11, which would be the all-time record. So just let me get my stuff dry brushed on here. Hey there, Denethor. Nice to see ya. What day, Denethor? Look at this. You actually get to see some pre-glaze. Holy smokes. That's really cool. Yeah, you didn't get to see that on last night's stream. I know you were kind of here towards the tail end of it, but now you actually get to see the beginning of the process. So once again here we've got ourselves a little bit of hype train action. Thank you so much Pura Vida and Denethor. It's not just one hype train. You think it's one? Well, it's one, but it's actually two hype trains. Two hype trains for the price of one. There you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So you get a sub, you get a sub, everybody gets a sub. Zach is going to help make it rain along with everybody else. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now look at this. All right, here. Let's do it like this.
So say
One
we
more.
all.
So kind of like our old style Saturday challenges. Look at this. There's your primer. There's your pre-glaze.
So
We just
say
did
we
some
all.
we just did some dry brushy stuff here with the lighter stuff, and then there's your finish. So again, you can kind of see what that process is, right? That's what I really like about this, because it kind of does show
So
off
say we all.
how this whole system works with the pre-glaze there. Looks like we've got ourselves maybe a level 6. We're also gonna, where's Denethor? It's like it's
So
it's like
say
an
we
orc
all.
invasion, man. It's like they just broke through the Ramus Icor, which that was the outer defenses, not Osgiliath. Just saying, just saying. I think it's time to go set myself on fire. Thank you so much, appreciate that. So I guess that we're on our way to a level 6. Thank you so much, Grant, Oracle, Pura Vida, and Zach. Where's here? Let's get some of this now on here. So again, it's just a dry brush. It is just a dry brush. That's kind of a hard thing sometimes for people to adapt to. There's no layers. Hashtag no layers with the oils, right? No layering with the oils. But there is a dry brush. You can see we got a little bit of our pre-glaze on there. So we refresh the brush a little bit there. We refresh, and now we're just going to again do some of this dry brushy stuff, and all of the previous color is mixing together. So thank you so much for that.
So say we all.
Let's see. So again, look at this. I mean, that's one of my little leaves there from our little basing project that we did right before the stream started. Now, so you got to get back to the. There we go. So again, see, that's just a little bit of the light dry brushing over the pre-glaze. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Pure Vita and Grand Oracle. It is quite literally like magic.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Blades. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow if you could. And of course, Blades, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead.
So
I do
say we
believe
all.
that gets us to the level 6, right? I think that does. Armored Wolf, I think we might be needing some more snow effects, because
So
uh,
say we all.
it's not just for these. I also want it actually for some terrain. So we might be needing some more there. Might just be needing some more. Whoops, wait a minute. How'd that get turned off? All right, there we go. We're going to try this here. It's going to be a rather unique type of hype train right here. There it is. There's our hype train.
So say we
But
all.
who's riding the hype train? Surprise, surprise, surprise. There it is. Who's riding that hype train? I blink. I blinked and it's like a level 6, man. Now it's a level 7. Don't blink. Don't blink when he paints. Don't blink on the hype train. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Well,
So
hopefully we
say we
don't
all.
hope we don't wear out the battery on the hype train there. So thank you so much. That looks like a level 7 hype train to me.
So
Yeah, I'm
say
gonna
we
use this.
all.
Okay, here. Now we're just gonna use some of our cobalt teal, and now we're gonna try and dry brush some of this on the cloak. Thank you so much, Zach. Appreciate that.
So say we all.
Here, let's get that. Let's get that on the cloak here. Oh, wait, 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 wait. Let's get this set up.
So
No, that's
say
right.
we all.
So you can see there. Okay, the primed pre-glaze wiped away, and now we're starting to get. Now we start to get some of that stuff on there.
So
So thank
say
you
we
very
all.
much. Appreciate that, Zach. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. So, Grand Oracle, is that printer still supposed to arrive, shall we say, in that clandestine fashion? Where maybe certain individuals don't necessarily see that smuggled into the house? Because I know you were saying that according to the shipping or the tracking stuff, it's on target to get in there somewhat on the surreptitious end of things. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Denethor. And Grant, it's like, ah, elves. So you show up for Helm's Deep. Well, actually, we really weren't at Helm's Deep. So I don't know. I saw you there before I caught on fire. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Grant Oracle. And thank you so much, Pura Vida, because I do believe that is a level 8. Seems like it's a level 8. Oh, and thanks, Blades. Appreciate that.
So say we all.
He says, oh my goodness. Can we just ride this to Mordor? Yes, why didn't they just take the train to Mordor? Because it's a hype train. All aboard.
So
There it
say
is.
we all.
I think that's a level 8. Well, that gets us to, what would you say, about 73%? Ah, so we got your Book of Wapple stickers there. Where's, oh
So
yeah.
say we all.
So remember, there's not just the original 6 that Armored Wolf did. Armored Wolf has also done some more. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to have
So say we
36
all.
of these at Adepticon and a dozen of these. I was going to try and take kind of, well, some pre-order type things or something like that. I don't have time to screw around with that, so I'm just going to kind
So
of
say
privately
we
contact
all.
folks and just say, hey, if you're going to be at Adepticon and you want one or whatever, just let me know. Just let me know because
So
then we can
say
get
we
your name
all.
on those. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Pure Vita. Thank you so much. So again, those will be at Adepticon. There's only so many, so you're gonna have to. Well, again, you can contact me in advance and just say, hey, save one of them for me, and then I'll try and just get it in a bag with their name on it or something like that. So Grand Oracle, I was just asking because I'm thinking a certain person is not sitting next to you while you're watching the stream right now. I'm just it's just pure speculation on my part, but I think a certain individual is not there watching what you're doing there. So thank you so much, Zach. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. I do believe that gets us to, is that level 9? Because we got level 8. Yeah, this has to be level 9 right here. So it would be a level 9 hype train. Might just have to get some new batteries for the hype train because at this rate, it's going to run out of coal. I think it's definitely going to run out of coal. Either that or it's going to run out of frosting because maybe we're, uh-oh, there's another one. What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Hype train. Hype train, there it is. There's the hype train. Yeah, that's Stick it with the soft end first. It does actually say that on the brush. It actually does. So thank you so much, Zach. Appreciate all the subs there. And thank you so much, Pura Vida, for the bits. Same thing, Blades.
So say we all.
So obviously the sounds lag behind what I'm seeing on the screen. So if I say thank you for this or that thing, it's just because, well, the screen is showing me that,
So say
and
we
that
all.
the sound is a little bit behind. It's running a little bit tardy there. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Is that 67% of a level 10 or is it 60% of
So
a
say
9?
we all.
Well, whatever it is, it's now 78% of something. It's got to be a level 9, right? It's got to be a level 9. So
So
look at
say
that. Oh, here
we
we go.
all.
So you can see the difference there, right, in value. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Now look at it again. This is the homemade primer.
So
It
say
was
we all.
the Steiner Res white primer mixed with, ironically enough, basically phthalo green and Prussian blue. So there you go. So you can kind of even do that with primers, right? Then now that's acrylic,
So say we all.
and oh, here's one of our greens that we use to make that. So thanks again, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Looks like we're at 89% of something. Now it looks like
So
we're at
say
almost
we all.
100%. I'm actually going to try and keep an eye on that just to see what level that is. Is that a 10? Well, we've achieved something. Is it a level 10? That's what I'm trying to
So
see.
say we all.
So we've achieved ourselves a hype train. Another level, but which level is that? Ah, it's level 10. Okay, I was right. I
So
was right. It
say we all.
just says level 10. So level 10 here. We're gonna we're gonna get that sound. Gonna get that sound, but we're
So
gonna get a little
say we
something.
all.
Wait, what could that be? He's like, that train sounds a little bit weak. I think you're gonna need some batteries. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's running out of juice right there, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, hear that sound? Hey there, Horns fan. So yeah, I believe the hype train needs some new batteries. So yeah, I guess well we had to because it's a level 10. So how you doing there, Horns fan? Again, great to see you. Here, let's keep going here with our. Let's try to keep going with our painting here. So thank you so much. We'll be doing the same freehand stuff on this. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Let me. Now, did we mix? No. Oh yeah, that's right. We did mix a little bit of the
So say we
radiant
all.
turquoise, some of the green there. Gonna try again. This is very much a dry brush. Remember, it's got to be a dry brush there. So thank you so much for the gift
So
subs there,
say we
Zach.
all.
Now, much like this, it's all mixing on the fly. Remember, just like we did here, right? That all that was mixed wet
So
into
say we
wet,
all.
and of course here again we added all the foliage to that now, so that's looking a little bit different. Horns fans, sorry that everything has been so much
So
later.
say we all.
Today I was waiting for the video to upload, and it took longer. It was supposed to be about 2 hours. It ended up being more like 2 hours and 45 minutes.
So say we all.
So I thought I could almost maybe even start at 9:30 or something like that. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Hey, Clinton Hobbies, how you doing? Clinton Hobbies, if you wanted to share some of the stuff you've been doing lately, please go ahead. Again, well, we're gonna conserve the train battery here because it's basically about 99% dead. We've actually worn out the hype train. Worn out the hype train. Well, that battery's been in there for years. I'm surprised it's lasted this long. So what I'll do is I'll see if I can get some batteries at the store. I could actually see if it's C batteries or D batteries. That's how long it's been. Wow, those got to be C. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, it's got to be a C battery in there. I think there's three of them or something like that in here. So yeah. Oh, thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. So
So
again, here, let's
say
keep
we
going
all.
with this. Let's get some more of our, again, this is that lighter teal. And again, where's our two from last night? So these are our two from last
So
night. And the
say we
crazy
all.
thing is, again, that's dry there. I was not quite expecting that. Hey there, Moonlight Minis. Oh, never mind. So Clinton Hobbies, yeah,
So
we've been
say we all.
experimenting, kind of playing off of a video that I did here. So yeah, just trying to play off of that video. Now we're going to get a little bit more of our, try to get a little more light into here. That's again the still just the what we're just going to call it radiant indigo for right now. We're just going to call it that. Ooh,
So
how's about
say
a little
we
bit of
all.
reflected light right here too? Let's get rid of that there. And
So say we all.
I'm gonna just do a little bit of some glazy stuff here. Thank you so much. So it says a new record shattered. It says new record shattered. Now again, there's not much left of the battery there, so there it is. You can hear that sounds very different, doesn't it? It sounds very different. There it is. There's our hype train, and it's winding down. Look at that. It's not going very fast anymore, is it? And you don't. It's grinding down to a halt. Look at that. It's just about out. So there it is. There's the battery. So you broke the record, and there's no more sound from the hype train there. So thanks so much, Zach. Appreciate that. So yes, the hype train has now been
So
it's
say
been
we all.
exhausted. Now is that a level 12 then? Because the record was 11, but that's got to be a level 12. At least I'm not good at math, but I do believe that 12 is higher than 11. Last I checked, anyways. It's no guarantee. Again, don't trust my math, but I think it is. So 11 plus. Okay. But thank you so much, everybody, for making that happen. Actually, Horns fan, there was one time early on where it actually did. It took down the stream. It actually did wipe out the stream. There was so much going on. It was. Oh gosh, Avocado Kids. Yes, Avocado Kids did something like 35 gift subs in one shot, and it actually took down the stream.
So say we all.
So yeah, I do believe that we got past the level, almost darn near to a darn near level 12, I think.
So say we all.
Let me see. It's definitely a slow commotive now, right? Horn says so. Somebody's gonna have to shoot me a message to remind me to get
So say we all.
to get some new batteries for that thing. Well, let's see. At least, well, we need it by Monday. So yeah, we have to try and get
So
ourselves some new
say we
batteries.
all.
So yeah. Again, I wish I could do something about that, but not really. So,
So
well,
say
let's
we
see. We
all.
could look at some other stuff there. Here, let's. Oh, I don't have my other elves, do I? Oh well. I was just. No, that was on Facebook. Never mind. Well, I think that might be it. I think that might be it, because I think that's Pure Vita's bits that are coming up there, so I think we'll just get those. Which, of course, you're supposed to get a different sound for that, but it doesn't actually play. So thank you so much, everybody, for making a level. We'll just call it a level 12, right, Grant Oracle? Let's call it that. So yeah, Grant Oracle. Well, we already we did Prinkles. We did. Oh, well, it's the hype train cookie. That's what it is. Yeah. So this is actually it. That's I think that's gonna be our emote, right, Grant Oracle? It's the hype train cookie because I mean that's really what generates the hype trains. So it only makes sense, right, to have a hype train cookie be the emote for that. Thank you so much, Horns fan. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate appreciate that. 1 second here. That just got all over me. 1 second here. That was not quite the way that was supposed to work out. There we go. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. So here, let me try and get some of that off of my hands. I guess we're gonna need to replenish much sooner than expected. So there we go. There's the Kathy hype train, the Kathy emote. You know what? I'm gonna get me some of the Terra Rosa right here. Let's just get some of that going here on the face, on the hands. The more of this we get, actually, again, I want to show what we did last night with this here. Let me get this guy too with that as well. So let me just get this Terra Rosa stuff on there. Let's get this on the hands here. And let me get this over here before I forget. And there's actually 2 straps to that. I didn't think there was 2. But no, that's actually another strap over there. Okay. I don't think I painted that as a strap on the other one. So let's see how much is left of this. Well, there's a little bit left. There's a little bit left for one more. It's going to go extra slow. There it is. Extra slow hype train because the battery is not... whoa, you can hear that just slowing down, slowing down. So thanks again, everybody. Appreciate that. Now let's get... Yeah, let's go the one with the spear and the shield. And we'll do this. Alright. Let's get them in the right order here. We'll grab you. So, once again here, primer, pre-glaze. This is kind of we've kind of gone past the dry brushy stuff now to get in some of the darker glazes. But ultimately, that's where we're headed to. So this is the nifty thing about the Saturday challenge is that we of course have all these kind of partially finished miniatures that we can kind of go back and look at. So thank you so much. Well, Pura Vida's he's got Woody, he's got Jeeves. You also have the Kathy emote there, Pura Vida. So thank you so much. Again, appreciate all the bitses and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Like always. Oh no, we did get the brown on the back. Never mind. I am gonna just chuck a little bit of dark into there. A little bit of dark into there, and now we're also gonna take this and take some of our... Well, I guess we need some more indigo out there because that's not exactly gonna cut the mustard right there. Now, do I have my regular indigo here? Can't really locate that. There it is. So we're gonna get some more of our indigo out here. So again, thank you so much, everybody. That was level 12 hype train. Wasn't really of all the things that I figured we'd be doing here, which was going to be a lot of dry brush and a lot of glazing. Level 12 hype train wasn't really on the menu, but thanks for putting that on the menu tonight. So Zach's got that's an explosion of emotes right there. That's an emotical explosion. No, 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 a little bit more thinner. Watch, so watch what happens here again. We're just gonna go doink, doink. We're just gonna let the oils do the work, right? Ask not what you can do for your oils, but what the oils can do for you. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. I really do hope that this stuff can be helpful for folks and definitely make painting a lot easier. Well, especially when it comes to the oils, right? I mean, painting in general, but more specifically with the oils. No, it looks like Blades has a whole bunch of emotes too. Let me do this. Horns fan, I guess we're that much closer to pitchers and catchers report, aren't we? So hopefully you're still looking forward to that. Well, same thing, Blades. I'm sure you're looking forward to it also. So Zach has that's only a quarter of all of them. But thanks again, everybody, for making that happen. It does help a ton, of course, especially especially when we need to pick up some more basing bits. I still can't find what the heck happened to my file. They're probably spread out on like 14 different USB drives, but there's some of my is it the Make It Epic torches and the birch trees? I just gotta locate those somewhere. So was it one of those crazy split squad games, Blades? Because they'll do that too, right? They'll split up the teams and you just it gets a little bit crazy, right? Well, Zach, hopefully you get back to using them now. Of course, again, we're using that cobalt teal. We're using that. Yeah, that is not a cheap color, but as we saw, it does some really nifty things. So again, you can see where we kind of went back in with our darker stuff here, right? You can see that kind of the shininess of it there. Let's see. Boy, Denethor. I mean, it's really wild, right? That is especially well with something like this, where I mean, these are some weird color combos, and they were again bright green and basically a violet right there mixed together, wet into wet. No, there's no mud, right? No glazing here, just literally dry brushing the one color on top of the other. So, oh, thanks, Zach. Appreciate that. Now, speaking of our indigo, now that we got that back out on the palette, I'm going to give you a little bit of phthalo green into that. And we have to get this on our shield here. Again, just start putting that over the top of the design here. And then we'll have to get our freehand design on his cloak. Hey there, Bithron. So Bithron, looks like you were having some fun there with the game. I hope that it was. Oh, it was Wonder Woman that chucked. What's his name? Was it? What'd you say? 12 inches, like almost a quarter of the way across the board. And this is going to end up looking like our other shield. And then, of course, this is the inspiration for our freehand design on the cloaks themselves. So it was Wolverine that got chucked 12 inches. No. Let's approach it this way again. We'll have to come back with our later stuff anyway. I've pretty much learned that from the last 4 of these that I've done. I think I've already done 4 of them. So this will give me 6. I think I've got 13 of these. Maybe I have 13 of them prepped, or is it just 11? I think it's maybe 13 that I actually have prepped and ready to go. I think I need to actually print some more of these, or I think I do have some that are actually printed, but I didn't start. I didn't start actually prepping those. Believe it or not, I first started prepping these when the garage was being built. Yes, as we were waiting hours and hours for them, that's when I first started to prep these. That kind of started off the whole staying up all night process there. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Patreon page. Again, we just posted the latest video right before the stream. So if you're on the Patreon page, be sure to keep your eye out on that. I sent off the message again with the link. We're getting our dark down here just like we did on the other ones. And then we'll start to come back in with our lighter stuff too. When in doubt, though, make things darker, right? So again, thank you so much for. We're just gonna call it a level 12 hype train because I think that's just about the only fair way to do it. And we also have to get our darker brown on those straps there. Somehow it just didn't make it on there. I'll try and get some of this darker blue on that. Now here, let me go back to my brown. That's just the Van Dyke brown. We're keeping it simple there. Cheese Whiz can confirm that the links are they did actually get out there. That's good. Thanks, Cheese Whiz. Sometime there was one time where I hit what I thought was send and it didn't actually send them out. Because much like Twitch, Patreon can also be twitchy. Now, unfortunately, I don't. Where are they? They must be. Sadly, they're in the kitchen. They were supposed to be in here where I could actually get to them. No. Let's just clear this thing out. Also, let me look at this. We could get a little more, maybe radiant green into our lights on there. That's good, Cheese Whiz. Thank you so much. Sometimes, well, you never know, right? Never necessarily know for sure. So again, thanks to everybody for all the cheers and the subs and the bits, because that did get us to a level 12. That's an all-time record in 4 years. So the stream anniversary, well, typically it's supposed to be April 13th, I believe, is the stream anniversary. Now I'm just going to do this. It's the old pop and push method here. What? No, I think we will use. Oh, we got one of these still. So look at, we still have a couple of these left there. Blades, they're still active, still kicking. Ye old craft brushes, which we just used to do some blending right there. Good old craft brushes. Let's get the lighter claw colors up there. Gotta do this one now. So the one thing I will say about those Lost Kingdoms Cornish hens is they are not easy to rank up. Holy snap! That was challenging trying to get those babies linked to rank up. That's fantastic. Now Zach, I still have that. They sent me one of the Ed memorial figures here, but actually I need to get some more of them. Those are on the Reaper website, right, Zach? Because I have the one. Well, he's kind of buried somewhere. I gotta locate him, but obviously I would like to have a couple of more so that maybe I could send a few of them to Reaper or something like that. Actually, Zach, what I would like to do, and I've had a hard time finding, basically something like a 3D printable, well, something like, well, maybe like a 68 Camaro or something like that, something I could 3D print, and then that would go with the Ed figure. Okay, so and what's it? What is the figure called? I can't ever remember what the figure is actually called, but I'm glad that they're actually available. So yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping to do, is almost make a little bit of a diorama. Either that, or I just have a painted backdrop or something like that. Maybe in lieu of that, maybe I could just do a painted backdrop. But if anybody knows of an STL file of something like the camera, or basically a kind of a classic muscle card type thing there, that would be something fun to be able to print to go along with that. So it's on the Dark Sword. So, well, okay, I think well, maybe we'll get it from Dark Sword. Actually, Zach, I was talking with Jim from Dark Sword, and who knows, maybe by this time next year you'll be seeing the new Tactics miniatures on the stream. Now he's gonna have to push and prod them to send them here, because that's what happens all the time. That's not a unique thing. That happens all the stinking time. All right, I'm gonna see. Where's my paper towel? There it is. Now I'm gonna start working in. Again, we're gonna just let's get here to the, as we're gonna call it, Radiant Indigo. That is the ice blue from Richardson there. Start to, oh yeah, see, we can get that much lighter. Much lighter. Yeah, let's get some light into there. So that is the skirmish version of Song of Ice and Fire. Now again, that's apparently that's kind of a ways off, though. Well, I mean the Kickstarter, I guess, is either now or it's soon or whatever. But when they, well, them getting here, is it's a whole different story, because, well, Cool Mini is involved. So it could be somewhere around the 10th stream anniversary when those actually get here. Just knowing Cool Mini. So Tribute Made is only on Reaper's website. Well, thanks, Zach. So Bitrot says that the Tactics Kickstarter that is up right now. Yeah, let's get the little more light there. We've got ourselves. Where did that little? There it is. There it is. So again, Blades, thank you so much for the blend. Look at this. So we just did, look at this. Hashtag no layers. Do I need any layers to do that? Look at that. Do I need an airbrush to do that? No, don't need an airbrush, don't need layers. All I need is just some oil paint and a blending brush. That's it. Let me get a little bit of the some light over here on this. We'll come back with our little bit of Prussian blue in that. Yeah, a little bit of Prussian blue there. And this is where things start to happen a wee bit even quicker here. Oh yeah, let's get that. So Bithron, didn't just have a level 12 hype train. We had the hype train battery quite literally die out on the stream, because it was such an extreme hype train. So we have to actually get a new battery for that. Well, either tomorrow or Monday. That was, again, that wasn't, of all the things I figured we'd be doing on stream, exhausting the hype train battery was probably somewhat further down the list. But boy, this, I gotta tell you, this, again, this ice blue from Richardson, I will have to, I think maybe see if I can get the other ones from Richardson, the ones that I suspect act a wee bit like the radiant colors from Gamlin. They're probably going to end up being about the same price. What was this, a level 2 here? Uh, they have their level in a weird different place. Or does it even say? Doesn't actually say what series that is. Oh well. Oh well. Let me get a little bit more of my light here on that armor. Well, that's actually going to have to reflect some of the cloak there. Not just light, but also some of the cloak. This needs to be a little lighter here. That's actually his finger there. See if I can get a little bit of the lighter armor color going there. Yeah, we're just walk this down the edge a little bit. There we go. Now, let's get this side now. A little more light there, so we're again starting to develop this. Now you can see the one from last night. So you can see kind of the sharpness in there, right? Because we have the darkest darks there. We're just now kind of building that up, so you can kind of see where we. That's what we did last night. And again, of course, we got to do the we got the freehand that we're also going to be doing back there too. And this is just the start of this. And I didn't get a chance to prep that Galadriel figure, but at least now I got a pretty strong idea for theme in my head here. So essentially, this will be an army where basically Galadriel did accept the ring and became a Dark Queen. Terrible, and you love her, you despair, all the stuffs, right? All the usual things that we would expect from Dark Queen Schmaladriel. And basically, the idea is that when she accepted the ring, it became winter in Lothlorien. The other reason I'm trying to come up with that theme is because well, my next video that I have to film tomorrow is it's gonna all be about it's about trees, and I'm thinking that maybe I should do some winter trees, not just the flowery trees or trees that have some green on them or whatever, but I might also do some winter trees. Maybe trying a few different new materials on those as well. So it is a series 2. So thanks, Ryan. I figured it had to be. It's just a little bit skewed in my brain because, well, it's all the sale prices, right? So I couldn't quite go by the sale price. We need to get some reflected light there. Where's Mr. Blending Brush? There you are. And Ryan, I do believe that the winter sale is still going on, not for long, because it's going to be the 25th here pretty soon. What are we looking at here? 11:35 or so. So I can still get lighter here. And I haven't switched any colors. It's the same color. It's just now it's not quite mixing quite as much as it was before with the darker pre-glaze stuff. Let's get some more of this on that armor. Let's do you up here too. We got to get some more of our light there. Ryan, also too, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, same thing there, Bithron. You wanted to share some of the superhero stuff, please go ahead, do that. This will get even. It's going to get even lighter there. We'll come back again with the dark, and we'll really kind of solidify this pattern, but this is the same pattern again. It has to go on the cloak here. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Bithron posted. So Bithron, I'm glad that you're able to get that game in though, that's for sure. You know what? Just gonna go over that with some more light. It's easier to come back with the dark over the top of that anyways. Get to the skin tones here. Take a little touch of the yellow in there. Then that Terra Rosa that we essentially kind of put in there as a secondary pre-glaze. That's mixing. You can see it. See how that dark on the end of the brush? That is basically that secondary pre-glaze that's there. So Ryan, you were able to get both of them. So Grand Oracle has those. Ryan, you got them. So everybody, again, please tell me if you find anything new and different. If you say, hey, I tried this and it did this, just always let me know, because then we can add that in. You can add that into a video or to whatever. Now that, it's a good thing you got that, Ryan, because well, that's going to be the primary color of the Cornish hens. So it's a good thing that you snagged that, because I do want to. That's gonna be like the ultimate test of the staining power of the Perline Crimson, is to actually be using it in an army painting series, I think. Now, where is... There you are. So, primer. Pre-glaze. Look at this. So that's kind of... These are your 4 early stages right here. You can see, look at the difference in the faces. You can see the differences in the armor. Again, the primer, pre-glaze, a little bit of the initial dry brush, and now we're starting to get more specific here with some of those colors there. So I'm gonna keep developing him. Just a little bit of strategy here, because I think it might show a lot. Also need to start lightening up the hair some. I do want it to have that slight little bit of the yellowish blondishness to it. Not a ton, just a little bit. No, I'm just gonna have to get some thinner into that. Okay, there wasn't supposed to be all that Terra Rosa in there. So that's a fantastic Bithron, and hopefully you're feeling a little bit better too. I know you weren't necessarily feeling 1,000%. We'll do that. And just get a little bit of blending brush stuff going on there. Yeah, I'm gonna actually have to soften that one up a little bit. Well, Bithron, that's good. I mean, it's no fun to be feeling that way, but kind of nice that it's not something else more weird or whatever.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much, Jurgen. I appreciate that. So, you weren't really supposed to be at Helm's Deep. Why don't you help me out in Moria? No, take this as the Heisman right here. No Balrog. We're not helping him with the Balrog. It's not. It's bad enough we're all dying at Helm's Deep anyway. Not getting killed by a Balrog too. Yeah, this is the spear version of the Heisman. Boy, nobody. I don't think people use that expression anymore, do they, Horns fan? You don't hear that too often. Giving somebody the Heisman. Hey there, Valfera. Nice to see ya. Valfera Twitch is just ultra twitchy. It's kind of like that now. Let's see. So yeah, Horns fan. Apparently there's a whole bunch of new miniatures for it, but I do believe you can. I don't know if all or like the vast majority of the figures would just be the original Song of Ice and Fire stuff. But I'm fairly certain this must have been something they had in mind all along, right? Because the bases always have been circles in a square. So Valfera, we had a level 12 hype train. So actually, what you missed was that actually it was to the point where the battery on the hype train now is basically dead. So I gotta get some more batteries for the hype train. Cause yes, the batteries are now exhausted. That's a sleepy hype train right now. Thank you so much, Bithron, for doing that clip. All right, well, happy Sunday there, Doji. Thanks for staying here as long as you could. But who knows? Maybe you'll be able to sneak back in here later. We're still just working off of our. We're not even 90 minutes in. We're 81 minutes in. So we got ways to go. So thank you so much, Doji. So yeah, it said record shattered. Yeah, it said record shattered, and well, the record was 11. So we're going to say that it was a level 12 height train. And that was a Pura Vida, Grand Oracle, Blades, Zack, Grand Oracle, and Horns fan also getting in on the action. Actually, Horns fan, that sounds super familiar. Why does that sound so familiar? I guess maybe they might be sending out that Star Wars stuff. I think I got a couple of the boxes that have Ewoks in them. Maybe it's only one. Oh, I think maybe I got the Grievous box and then one of the boxes with the Ewoks. So again, we're just working in some of those lights now. Work that and start to work that in on the armor here. Again, gotta somehow get around the tree there, which that's gonna have icicles and snow on it and such. So we appreciate all the Wapellians out there that help to make that possible. Because well, the way Twitch makes it, right, Grand Oracle, it has to be multiple folks. Was at least three, right? You got to have at least three different people. So we appreciate all the peoples that help to make that happen. Get some more of my light over there. Chuck a little bit of light on these guys over here. They're the chainmail stuff. And even this, as it keeps blending with what's there, it gets to be less and less white and more something else. That's why people ask, so what color is that? And I'll have to say, well, it's this, 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 and then this was the pre-glaze because there is more to it than just boom. So again, we thank everybody for helping to make that happen. It definitely helps a ton on the channel, of course. I mean that it's essentially like as if somebody did a GoFundMe campaign donation or something like that. So that is super helpful. Look at that, boy. That's looking at the original Galadhrim Knights. Now again, they're basically almost 20 some odd years old at this point. The old plastic figures. This helmet is definitely way better than the old plastic Galadhrim. I still do have those. I was gonna try and get those prepped, especially the horsies. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see the horsies at some point, and they'll be running through the snow and the ice. So Pure Vita dropping down some, and I guess we'll have to make that hype train cookie emote for Grand Oracle. Did I? No, I think I better make that a little later to it. And we need some of that here. This again has a little bit of the just a touch of the yellow in it, so that it's not too much towards the white. Let me do this again. We're just gonna try and dry brush that in. And remember, the pre-glaze there it's still that phthalo green slash Prussian blue. So yes, the hair is definitely not teal colored. However, the pre-glaze is essentially teal colored. So remember, we say that you're not necessarily stuck with, oh, it's ultimately going to be red, so it's got to be a red pre-glaze. No, you don't have to restrict yourself like that with the pre-glaze. You could do something that's essentially the opposite. So yeah, Horns fan, that's something I'll try to make here for next week. Yeah, also got to get those batteries because that hype train was it was a slowing down. It was the slow train. Okay, let me get a little bit more of the light in there. So again, that's going to have some icicles hanging off of that. Ooh, let's get the got the hair over here that needs to get some light on it too. Oh, that's right, Bitron. I forgot you were repainting the Hero Click stuff. Again, we want to be able to start thinking about our freehand. Here, let me move this stuff out of the way. Where is my? There you are. Some of our fast matte white here, kind of refreshing that. Just getting some thinner into this. Okay, there we are. Look at that, can still be even lighter. Because, well, we have the dark in place. You must have dark to show the light. Keep hitting this too. A little bit more of our light there. And we'll go back to our guy with the shield to maybe do some freehand on him. Then we'll go back to this guy. That's the other advantage, right, about doing the multiple figures at the same time, is that you can kind of do a little bit on one guy, set him aside, go to the next guy, and then that paint has a chance to set. which will just kind of make your life easier if you let that paint just have a chance to set. So again, just trying to pop in some more of my lights here. We should do that up here too. Yeah, let's do that up there. That actually is cloth. We need to go, we will backtrack a bit here with the Prussian blue, some of our, no, more the green there. That is actually supposed to be more cloth than armor. Same over there. Okay. That also is cloth and not armor. So just made a little bit of a change there. So this guy here, hopefully he's had a chance to set for a little bit. Yes, and you can see that makes a difference when we drop the white on there. Now let's get to some of our really light stuff here. Again, on these armor bits, we need to get our little bit of light right there. So again, kind of a chain of lights. Now blending brush time. We take that and we'll just kind of push that this way. We'll push it that way. So again, hashtag no layers. They're right there on that edge, and then when we come back with our really dark stuff, then we don't just have the dark against the light there, then we'll also have that sharpness. Right now still doesn't have quite the sharpness because we still have to come back with our little indigo combo there. I'm going to also make that a little lighter. Also some of the mail right there, some of that scale mail. Let's do some of the stuff on the helmet here. I think the other two had cloaks, so I don't think we really saw the helmets last night. Or did we? Oh no, we did on this guy, but he had the hood up on that cloak. So again, that is the freehand we're going to be doing there. So let me actually set some of these guys aside. And again, maybe Monday I try to get the Dark Queen Galadriel ready to go so that we can have our winter Galadriel. We'll definitely stick with that kind of teal color scheme, but I might also be adding the the fluorescent green, because cobalt teal is not intense and bright enough on its own. We need to chunk that up even some more with some fluorescent. So horns vent. Oh, do I have some of it sitting here? No, it's just a cork bark. Yeah, so all of these, I needed to be able to base these things, all like 13 of them, in about 30 minutes. So I just took my hot glue gun, the cork bark, and just some random 3D printed bits from Make It Epic. And actually, let's see, we've got a couple of basing videos, Horns Fan, on the Patreon page that feature that cork bark. It's essentially on one level, it's the same as the bulletin board cork, but it's very, very different stuff. It just lets you do different things. So yeah, that is something that I've used in a couple of the basing videos on the Patreon page. I think, well, we did some of our hobbits with that. Oh, and Horns Fan, yeah, by the way, you should We should be seeing the link for the latest video. So Zach was able to confirm that it went through, that the new link went through okay. So literally just kind of broke up a little piece of the cork bark and just hot glued it to the 25 mil base. And in the case of these, I didn't even bother to super glue the figures on there. I just took some hot glue and stuck them on there. So again, a little bit of fade right there. Here, let's get some more of our white into the shield there. And like I said, then we'll get to the freehand on the back of him. It's kind of just waiting for all the stuff to set a little bit back there. Here we're going to lighten up the hair a little bit. Again, if the color that's already on there mixes with this a little bit, so much the better. And I can tell that it is. So in no time flat, he's got himself some lighter hair now. So yeah, Hornspan, the basing stuff is just so much fun to establish different themes for every army just based on what they're standing on, right? That's extra fun to be able to do that. Like here, I'm just going to take this and I'm just going to do a little dry brushy thing, and now that's all I needed to do there. That's it. That is all that I needed to do. Not going to do a whole lot of painting on the bases because, well, here's our. So they're going to be getting the crushed glass snow. Also, again, some icicles where possible. More light here. And some over there. Like so. We will, again, we're going to come in with the Prussian blue on the spear up here, because that'll give us a little different coloration there. We don't necessarily want that to also be teal. And again, what we're continuing here is an experiment that first started with the video on the Patreon page. Again, using the AI to just generate some ideas for it, not just the color scheme, but also the basing. I even typed in Galadhrim Knights, or Galadhrim Knights with white armor, teal cloaks on snow bases, and it was a little funky what it created, but it was enough to show me that these colors looked really nifty on some snow bases. Again, was it perfect? Was it what I was going to want it to look like? Heck no. But it also did save me the time of maybe trying to experiment with one and saying, I don't really like that too much. What it showed me, I said, oh, I like the way that works with the teal and with the white armor. So I went ahead and did that. Get some of my light here on this armor here now that we've got the white involved. We need our light here too, again on the armor, and then it's got to be on that top surface there. Here, let me get a little bit of it down here. Some of our lighter stuff, that's also mixing again with what's there. That's kind of the whole idea behind this, is let it mix with what's there. That's why we did the pre-glaze. See if I can get rid of a little bit of the excess white here. And now we'll still have to hit that again with our darkest dark. Oh, we're going to have to anyway. Maybe even a little bit here, more of the thinner on that too. Maybe a bit more on his helmet. Let's get a bit more on the face too. And we're going to try and rosy that up a little bit. Just add a little bit of the perline red to it here. We'll have to do a little bit of blending of that, but the idea is we just slap this on here now, and then I'm just going to let that set, and then I'll take a blending brush to it. But in the meantime, I'm going to head off to the other guy that we've got. So again, we'll work on these two here. I was thinking about doing a third, but we'll just stick with these two here. Back to him, and let's see what we can do here for some of the skin tones. It looks like we already had something a little bit lighter on him. So about the fingers here, make those a little bit lighter. A little bit less with the white, a little bit more skin color. Now, let me see if I can get a little bit of my fast matte over here. That's the fast matte white. Mix it with that rosy skin tone. I think what we'll do is we're going to start moving on to the freehand, because I'm pretty sure that that cloak is going to be much more set now. Can we do this side by side? It's going to be tough. I'm going to maybe hold it this way. All right, now you can see the kind of the that's our control right there. That's what we're trying to create. Might even just use our new Radiant Indigo, or otherwise called Ice Blue. That's from Richardson. This is going to be interesting because it's going underneath that spear. So there is our circle there. Then these kind of 4 points of the compass here, which I might only just do the 3 for right now. Again, we can erase that very easily, can't we? I said, no, that didn't quite go where it was supposed to. I'll just erase it. Get a little bit more of a twist. There we go. And of course, again, if we need to make adjustments to the freehand, it is so much easier, again, to do that with the oil paints. Keep reaching over there for the straight up fast matte when what I really need is we want that ice blue. And then of course we've got, well, no, we better wait till we do this first. And then once I've got this sort of sketched in, and I can set my one guy down, and then we'll just start drawing in the rest of this. And again, all we're looking to do is just to take this and sketch it there. And of course, it's basically the design that's on the shield itself. Let's see if you go up over the top this way. And away we go. So Grant Oracle with the bamboo, I printed out a variety of stuff from Printing Goes Ever On, and It seems to be doing well. Again, that glue, it's got one heck of a hold to it, but actually it kind of washes off easier than the other glues too. So it has some advantages for what I'm doing. So I'm grateful for that. So I think we're back to full speed. Now I haven't actually printed with sport in a while. I think maybe I feel good enough about going back to that setting. Kind of stayed away from that. Again, Ryan, if you wanted to share anything that you were working on in the chat, please go ahead. Same thing there, Valferi. You want to share the dragon? That'd be fine. Oh, and Valferi, I did do the pledge thing on the Omni 3. I think that's what it's called. Uh, Unfortunately, I think it basically comes out right during Adepticon. I was wishing that it would be before that, so maybe I could at least print some kind of carrying slash storage cases. I tried to find some files. I could not really find anything that was very good at all. It wasn't like I was only looking for free ones. I was just looking for any ones, and I really couldn't find anything good unless I guess is the Omni 1 and 2. Are those just like on a probably their own site, probably not on my mini factory. I think he has sent me the links to those too. I'll check out the links again and see if I can maybe snag some of the original stuff just to see if I can maybe print out something for Adepticon real quick. So again, just what was the one where we made even another change to the frame? That was this one over here. So see, we kind of made a different change to it right there. Alright, so I can set this lad aside here because we've got this at least pretty well sketched out. So let's do the rest of this here. Let's do the rest of this. Every single cloak is a different shape here. Again, these are from Dandelions in Middle Earth. Sorry I don't have a logo in the little corner down here where my thumb is. The logo, it's just, unfortunately, it's not distinctive enough. It just kind of looks like a symbol. So no real, people couldn't look at it and go, oh, okay, it's that. Not like Highland Miniatures, which is basically just says Highland Miniatures. Or something, a shape that's even more recognizable or whatever. Alright, so there is our white, and we'll go back to our steps again. So primer, the pre-glaze. Here, starting to work in some of those lights. No freehand yet, but look at the. Yeah, let me see if I can turn him around. There we go. So there's some cloaks there, and you can see how that starts to develop. This is the old time Saturday challenge that we used to do, and that was my favorite part. Was that we could basically just pick up some miniatures and say, here's what it looked like a while ago, and then if somebody said, boy, could you show me that pre-glaze process real quick, we can just drop that on one figure. I actually have one that's set aside just in case we want to do a quick little pre-glaze or something, just to show folks what that is like. Probably then some of the next stuff you'll see as far as a Saturday challenge like this would be the Wolves of Isengard for sure, and maybe even some Dunlendings, because I'm doing a couple of little basing video on those. Couple of little basing videos here. Let's get some of this lighter teal there, and maybe a little bit lighter teal here. Again on that cloak. Down in there. Okay, so a little bit over here too. A little bit there. Before I forget, we'll take Prussian blue here. And we'll start to work that onto display. That might be a little too much Prussian blue. We'll get a little white into that. Now I think we're good. And just like our other one, kind of there on the end of the, there we go. So see, that gives that little extra, little bit of sharpness there. Let that blend into this too. Starting to get into the indigo. This will be used in a few different places on the freehand, but also here, because this is what's really going to help create those the sharp edges on the armor here in a few different ways. Like there. Also here. So again, kind of we do the chain of highlights, and then also the same thing with the darks. Right there. Oh, there we are. Start to think about some of this on the freehand here, and of course there was with the folds there, that is going to alter the design. You might say, okay, well, it looks like this. However, because of the folds in there, it's going to smush it, it's going to pull it, it's going to make it foreshorten, it's going to do all kinds of things to change your freehand pattern. Again, the nice thing is with the oil paints, if this was to all not be to your liking, you could just take the makeup sponge or a brush or whatever, and then you just basically wipe it all away. It's all gone. You start over again. There's no stripping the miniatures or anything like that. No need for doing that. So I'm already thinking there's a little change that I might make on the freehand here. Although I'm thinking that the shape of the cloak there it's going to alter the pattern itself. Maybe I don't really need to try and paint that part in there. When there are a lot of folds and undulations in a freehand pattern, I'll sort of fudge things a little bit, and I'll just paint the most recognizable parts of the design. Where's the lady here? So again, here, see where you got the heavy undulations in the cloak? Basically, you'll see pretty much at every undulation, you got the most recognizable part of the freehand, right? So you can sort of infer what's there as far as the freehand goes. So people say they can see enough of it to where they instantly can kind of semi-memorize the pattern. So when you give them a little taste of it somewhere else, where otherwise it's pretty much impossible to actually do the whole pattern, well, they'll in their minds they'll be able to construct that picture, sort of fill in the dots as it were. And that's a heck of a lot easier than trying to just kind of squeeze recognizable design. It's not going to be recognizable. It's all going to be just verschmizzled anyway. So just flash the parts that they know what they should be seeing. See how that kind of gets rid of some of the choppiness of the line that was there. I can even sort of control the width of that line. Like here, see that the line got too thick there. That's no problem. We just cut part of it away there. Hey, Mikey, how you doing? So yeah, Mikey, this is from, we started using these in a couple of weeks ago. It was a Patreon episode where we talked about using AI images to get color get color schemes and even basing schemes for your armies. And those are two of, I think it was 8 images that I did. Yeah, I think I did about 8 quick little searches there. And in literally a matter of seconds, I was able to find some really nifty ideas. Now, some were not very good at all, so we dismissed those. But it showed some really good ones. And that's what I stuck with as far as ideas for the army. So essentially, we're going to make this as an army where, here, let me get this, where Galadriel accepts the ring, and then suddenly everything in Lothlorien turns to winter. It's a little bit like the my Zinch tainted Tomb Kings. So it's kind of along the same line where the Tomb King accepts the offer from Zinch, and well, everything gets tainted by Zinch. So looks very different, right? Very different there. So now we got to let that sort of set for a second. We're going to work in some other areas here. Mostly working with indigo infused with a little bit of our phthalo green. So that is indigo green. Here, let me some of the flock from this is kind of all over the place because I was doing this right before the stream, adding all that because I want to try and get some pictures taken of this thing here. That is 3D printed from Titan Forge. Yeah, Mikey, Zinch is best god, of course. And the original Tomb King's army was all based around that idea. Here, let me get some of that chunk off of the brush. Like so. These are supposed to be little triangles there. Yeah, these are from Dandelion and Middle Earth. I do have to track down the Galadhrim horses so that I can put those together. Alright, let me get the... There we go. Let me see. So yeah, with the oil paints, again, the nice thing is you could just use a few colors. You don't need dozens and dozens and dozens of paints. Obviously, as you go along and you start to, well, like just recently made the discovery that Perline Crimson is not just a staining color, it has a bunch of other properties. Same thing here with this, the Cobalt Teal. Kind of bided my time, waited for the super sale to happen. When the super sale happened, I said, all right, I'm going to get those. So we got the super nifty colors, and now we can see what's possible with those. Again, I've got the pictures and such, so thanks for sending those, of course. Yeah, there's a few little areas here that I can reinforce. Same thing up here too. Yeah, let's do that. So, Mikey, hopefully the painting projects go well, and of course, happy. Well, no, it's a happy Sunday here now. So officially a happy Sunday. So happy Sunday to everybody, and of course, thanks again to everybody for helping to engineer the level 12 hype train. So a new record established in Wampelville. It's the only other time, but I just wish I could kind of drop in other folks' streams like I used to be able to do all the time. The only other time I saw a kind of a big height train thing happen, I was on Genuine Vision. I think actually I've seen alerts for Jan streaming, so it's nice to see he's back able to do that again. Maybe the offspring is now old enough that he can spend a little bit more time away. Just trying to get some of that stuff around the eye there. That actually is armor over there. Same here too. So, Mikey, how frenetic is it going to be to get ready for Adepticon? Because you'll be seeing me painting a bunch of things that will be at Adepticon. I've got that. What is that? The Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain for. Was it the Wakandan terrain there? So you'll be seeing some of that painted on stream, some of it also in some tutorial videos. Because reasons. Back to the white again. Start breaking down some more of the fast mat over here. It's going to get some thinner into that so that it starts to break down. It does have a little bit of our green in it too. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Patreon page, where again we did just upload the latest video right before the stream. That's why the stream was later, because I had to wait for the upload to happen. It definitely took longer than it was supposed to. Yeah, here, let me get a little bit of the light in. Oh, yeah, we need some light on the. Definitely on these things here. So no, Mikey, it's well for wherever the tournament is, they dropped off. Well, I guess I'm painting 2 boxes or 2 tables worth, and I think somebody else is painting the other 2 tables. So we'll be painting that on stream. There was a couple of APCs or something like that. There was some trees. There was some statues. Whatever's in the Wakanda terrain box, there's basically 2 of those boxes that I have to paint. Let me see. Okay, I think I can sneak that in there. Also in there. I guess I just have to thin it down a little bit. A little bit more of the green working its way in there than I would necessarily care for, but that's okay. Can't try to separate the circle here from some of the rest of the shield there, or that these other little markings here. Let's see if I can get some of that down into here. We'll have to once again come back with our indigo in a few places to darken some stuff up. That's okay. Hey there, War Shadow. Nice to see you again. I hope things are relatively okay, as okay as they can be. Ooh, we also have, there is a little bit of a design here too on the down here. See if I can get that there too. Kind of comes down like this, and around, and another little simple loop right there. And then there's one that goes the opposite way, like that. Does it go this? Yeah, it does point inwards. Yep, back up here to the light again. We'll get some light here on the top of the cloak. Where does that? Ah, that's where they are. Okay. Would have done them in a whole different location, but they actually go here. There's another one right there. Another one down here. So it would be interesting. Oh, here, let's try a little film noir here. A little bit of film noir. Now, we don't really have the color contrast here, so that's a whole lot of mostly value contrast, right? Now, let's grab one where we know. We're gonna also welcome in Legion of Grey. How you doing there, Legion of Grey? So that. See, we have a there. We have lots of shading there, right? Lots of contrast. Here, that looks like virtually no contrast
Hello,
whatsoever.
little hobbits. Spark my guns.
We bring back our contrast here, our color contrast. Look at that. Remember that looked like it was all one shade because it was. It wasn't a value contrast. It's a color contrast. It's all about the teal and the magenta and everything else. Thank you so much, Legion of Grey. Appreciate that. We were just doing a little bit of a just a bit of a one of our film noirs there. We're also going to welcome in Electric Uncle Trash. It's like, well, wait a minute, wait a minute. Just because I'm pretending to be old. It's like, no, dude, I think you're old. It's like, no, I'm a Meyer, man. We're just pretending to be old. Also, too, could you maybe not point that at my face? It's like, why does everybody complain about that? I'm sculpted this way. So thank you so much, Electric Uncle. Appreciate that. So everybody, please give Legion of Grey a follow. So Legion of Grey, a couple more of our Galadhrim Elves here. Here's some from last night. So there's our two from last night. Now, what we've been doing is showing folks a little bit of a process here. And you know what? We can grab this one too. We can grab this one here. So there's your primer. There's your pre-glaze. That's got some of the lighter colors added. And now here we've got some of the lights, some of the darks, and also some of the freehand added. So again, it kind of you're sort of going like this right here. So big difference, right? But this is how everything starts. Again, primer, then the pre-glaze, and then we start to work in those lighter colors. So Maddox, how you doing? Nice to see you. So yeah, Mikey, and again, what does that also show? Contrast is more than just light versus dark. Again, that is why when we turn off the color, we basically turn off the shading on there. So this is the classic example. I mean, if we were able to do a printed book or something like that, this would definitely be one of the figures that we would show there. Also, well, here's another example of that too. Right, this is one of our cave trolls. Well, we can essentially turn off the object source lighting because there's no more orange. You can barely see any sort of source lighting there, right? Because we don't have the cooler greens, the cooler grayish greens, and then all of the warm oranges. We shall bring back the color once again. See all the oranges there, and then all of the grayish green here. When that's gone, there goeth the object source lighting too. So that's again why we talk about contrast is more than just light versus dark. And of course, well, things are they're messy, right? When we're doing pre-glaze, things get very, very messy. Quite literally, because you get some spatter and such too. Ah, Legion of Grey just got some of those fantabulous stickers that Armored Wolf made. So thank you so much, Legion of Grey. Of course, Theory Hammer doesn't work any better with painting than it does with dice. Believe me, it don't work with dice. Doesn't work with painting either. So think less, do more. Just practice, just do stuff. So thank you so much, Legion of Grey. Legion of Grey, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I'm sure you got some instas and maybe even some Discord pics you can show off there. Now, Mikey, some of the lore channels they insist that the Mire could shapeshift and teleport themselves around Middle Earth. I don't really. If that were the case, I think the Blue Wizards would have teleported themselves the heck out of the East, right? So I'm not so sure about the teleport thing. So again, everybody please check out Legion of Grey. So Legion of Grey, as I saw that you were streaming earlier, I was hoping that everything was working out. I'm sure that it was. Oh, let's get a little bit of the lighter stuff down here on our freehand. That's what's missing over here. There we go. Might try to. I mean, well, maybe we'll leave that. Maybe we'll keep that in there. Geez, Pura Vida, thank you so much for being here, and of course, thanks again for help making the level 12 hype train happen. One last toast before you head out the door there. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. So thanks for helping us set a brand new record here with the hype trains. You know, I need to get me a little bit more of the light there on that parts of the armor. And of course, Legion of Grey. Well, we have this Galadriel here. Again, we're going to paint this up as Dark Queen Galadriel, and the kind of the idea is that she accepted the ring, and then it became winter in Lothlorien. And I'm going to carry that through not just the miniatures, not just the basing, but also I'm going to make terrain that also reflects that. And that's the first bits of that actually are going to be in a video that I'll be filming tomorrow for the Patreon page. We've also been painting a lot of Tomb King stuff, getting into the Bretonnian stuff. Yeah, let me do this. We will be getting to the Stalker / Necropolis Knights for the Tomb Kings. I also have the Casket of Skulls. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Well, hopefully we'll have the hype train recharged before you're here next, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We need to get maybe a little bit more of the lightest light up there. Okay. Now I gotta start thinking about, we have another freehand pattern that we have to do, and we'll do that on this guy here. Let me also let me get some of this stuff off of the blending brush here. I'm just gonna neutralize a little bit of that there. Okay. Now back to the light here. Of course, we have that one. Kind of shows you the more the compressed pattern there. So perhaps we'll just go a little side by side. Now I think the record was 3 figures. Actually, I had 3 figures in my hand all at the same time, side by side by side. It was a little bit like Daytona or Talladega. Let me get to the Yeah, we'll just do. And we can always, again, like we did with the other ones, right? We take our blending brush to it. Now there's some heavy-duty undulation right there. Holy smokes! Once again, we'll sort of alter the pattern a wee bit so that it's going to work with that. We can take the most recognizable part of the pattern and get it out there where it's visible. And that we did that for sure on those Bretonians. We'll obviously be doing it again. We have a ton more Bretonian stuff to do. We're only just kind of getting started on that. We move this up, and we also have to stretch and pull the freehand. So one of the things when I got my freehand tutorial videos and such, I recommend that you maybe draw out the freehand several times before you ever put it on the miniature, because, well, the miniature is not going to be flat. So what you maybe want to do is, again, get his kind of muscle memory, have that sort of ingrained in your head what you want it to look like, and that way, instead of really having to think really hard about it, you can just go ahead and do it, right? Do more, think less. Oh, there's way too much paint on that brush. Had to get rid of some of that. And away we go here. Again, with that, we're going to have that turn into a little bit of a curl here. Maybe drop this down a little bit more. And of course, that also hides a little bit of printing defect right there. Why not? Why not utilize a little bit of freehand to do that? Okay, that is going to go down into the that crevice right there. We'll try doing the other part of our pen here. We'll have just do a little bit of a curl there again at the very end. All right, so everybody, please check out the link that Legion of Grey just posted, and everybody, please give Legion of Grey a follow. So, because Legion of Grey was out working on some orcs there. And of course, what Legion of Grey, if you wanted to let folks know when you might also be streaming again, that'd be fantastic. I know sometimes not always easy to know when you'll be able to stream. Even when you have a schedule, sometimes that schedule gets altered by life stuff or whatever. You know, that is part of the armor there. I'm also going to try and get some of the lighter stuff on the cloak too. So it looks like Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So it's awful late for you there, Legion of Grey. And I'm sure that much fun had on stream. More of the light here on the cloak, especially up here towards the top. Hey Nate, how you doing? Great to see you. Hey Nate, if you wanted to share some of your Instagram stuff, please go ahead and do that. I know you rarely get a chance to do that here, but yeah, while you're here, please go ahead and do that before you have to go turn into a pumpkin, as the saying goes. So Nate, love some of the stuff that you've been posting on the Instas, and I hope that everything goes real well for all the Middle Earth miniature endeavors. Well, thank you so much again, Legion of Grey. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Legion of Grey a follow. Thank you so much for the raid. I know it's 1:40 in the morning for you out there, so have yourself a good night's sleep, of course. So everybody please check out the Insta link there that Nate just posted. So again, Nate, great to see you. And I hope that the project for the Emmy SBG contest is going fantastic. Let me see if I can't lighten this up a little bit more. There we go. Touch more over here. Boy, that's going to be awful light for this. But let's give it a shot anyways. So thank you so much for being here, Nate. Appreciate that. Ooh, why don't we get a little bit more light that way too? Yeah, let's do that here as well. Why not? So see you later there, Nate. I'll try and shoot you a message if I can here over the next few days. See how things are going. Let me lighten this up. Still gotta look for some pictures of AON to see because I would like to. Well, I found the old. Where did it go? Here it is. So that was the AON that we sculpted on. Remember we sculpted this and painted that on stream. I want to do a more standard kind of a bust there, and not so much like a hunter's trophy style bust. So hopefully I can do something like that. I think that's something that I'll just do in a series of videos, actually. Because that could be several episodes long. Okay, working on. You know what? Let me get a little bit of the some of our white, some of our yellow here. Gotta lighten up the hair. There. Yeah, Gandalf. She sculpted that one. Actually, did what was it? A Galadriel too. Never actually did get a chance to paint the Galadriel one yet. But that was real fun. And we'll give it a try for sculpting another one. So that like this. I think that one though. Was that all Sculpey, or was there some epoxy sculpt in there? It's been long enough, I don't remember. I think there was some epoxy sculpt. That is my favorite sculpting medium for something like that anyways. Alright, here, let me get back to my light over here. You can see there's very little mixing on the palette. I mean, all of this stuff right here, this big chunk in the middle, that was just a pre-glaze. That was to do this. So all the rest of it, very little mixing. The miniature is your palette. That's where a lot of the mixing is going to happen, is right here, where it should be. Why paint a bunch of palette miniatures? You can't do much with those. You can't enter painting contests with palette miniatures. You certainly can't have tournament armies with palette miniatures. So Gandalf, I've got a bunch of 3D printable ones that could certainly be something like a Gil-galad on Horsey. Someone, do I still have the plastic Glorfindel out here? Or no, the Forge World Glorfindel. Hey, Spitfire. Spitfire Painter, how the heck are you doing? I hope that everything goes very well. Yeah, we're going to a little bit of our light on there. Let me do some more of that here. do the light stuff over here. There's a whole bunch of this armor here that got darkened up again when I made a little bit of a change. Now, well, Spitfire, glad that things are going relatively well there. Hopefully, everything that maybe has a little bit of a deadline attached to it is also going well, and you're kind of where you at, where you need to be progression-wise. Again, just letting the oils do their own thing. We'll also get our darks over here. I just wanted to let that set for a bit. In the meantime, I've got to, yeah, here, we need to really go strong on this. Let me try, actually, that's some of our pre-glazed color right there. And then I just go back to this, and we're going to, there we are. I just needed to refresh that color a little bit. Now it's we're able to do some wet into wet there. Get the little bit of the ends of this again, more with the a little bit more with the white. Also, can you see what I'm doing there? You can just about see it. I need to get a little edge of the light there, and then here also on this the scale mail here. I tell you, looking at the old Galadhrim figure, the old plastic ones, because one again popped up on my Facebook memories earlier today. This these definitely have so much more going for them. Obviously, a lot more with the pose variation too. So yeah, Gandalf. I painted that one on foot and on horseback. Also, it had a different, little different color scheme to it. It was more of a light green. So yeah, not the usual one that you see. But yeah, I've got elves from Kurzlook to Valle. Printing goes ever on. Midbury, Dandelion. There's so many different ones. I'm sure there's definitely one that will suffice for that. And look, definitely much more interesting. That needs to actually be more of a. Yeah, you know what? I think I also, if I remember right, yes, we did get a little bit of that kind of dingier green. So while we're at it here, let me take a little pause. Let's grab some of the asphaltum here. And put this in a couple of spots. Yeah, we're good over there. Go over here. Let me see if I can get some of this around his eyes too. And then we'll let it come back in with the, now we're going to have to change that. There we are. We'll just make that darker again. Yeah, boy, that's never actually had the old metal Glorfindel. There was one point where almost all of my Easterlings, they were the old metal Easterlings. Even the cataphracts. That was the old army from the early 2000s. Again, I'll be curious to see with the point change if people go back to abandoning Easterlings again. think I did have some of the old. Well, I know I had a couple of metal storm collars. I had a few of those. That also. Yeah, let me see if I can sneak some of the light down into there. And then definitely need some right there. Guess I can. Yeah, we can bring in some of our light there. Now back to the working some of this lighter stuff in here, and now along the edges maybe, like that. I know I have at least two Watcher in the Waters. I've got the one from Printing Goes Everon, which has kind of its advantages in that the tentacles are actually separate, so it could be interesting. You could actually kind of act out the scenario that's in one of the old White Dwarf magazines where they actually had a scenario with Frodo actually getting snagged by the Watcher in the water, and you basically had to kill all the tentacles, and the tentacles could actually kind of like take actions, as well as just the Watcher himself moving around. So I need to get one of those printed out for our Moria army. First thing I'm going to do is just kind of take this, and we're going to do a little bit of blending stuff here. Again, don't need to get onto the palette and do this. We're going to see that we're doing it right here directly on the miniature, making that happen. So he is now 200 points. Getting me some of my light here too. There were some critical changes also to the Dol Guldur list. I think they might finally have gotten that under control. Well, at 1,000 points anyway. It's kind of it's nowhere near as nasty at, say, anything less than 1,000. But once you get to 1,000, that army gets downright impossible. So I got a little bit of the magenta here now. Kind of working that back into the skin here in a few places. And then we'll get a little bit lighter again. Now I'm going to take that asphaltum here. See if we can work that onto his hands. Maybe a touch of it there, and then also on the arrows. I'll let those set for a bit. Now let me see if I can get some of the lighter skin colors. You know, I might just do this. We'll take our radiant ice blue, or our radiant indigo. Let's see if I can get some more light back onto the skin again. And maybe we will also get a little bit of our radiant violet into that. It's been a while since I had the radiant magenta out there. However, the Perline red has that's been nice to have that one out there. It is series 3, so it's not the cheapest color out there, that's for sure. And of course, not having to deal with any mold lines here, also very nice. I mean, with any armor it's painful, but especially the elven armor. Many Galadrim of a knight armor has been besmirched by crazy mold lines running through it. Thanks, Gandalf. Appreciate that. Yeah, we need to get this army up to speed quickly because want to have it to be at least up to about that 800 point level as quickly as possible. So here's our two. This is what we 2 hours 34 minutes ago. Those had no paint on them. Also in a level 12 hype train, we can see that too. Yeah, these guys had no paint on them whatsoever. They were here. Let me move you back over here. This is well, that's what they looked like. Boom, right there. Now I'm gonna here. Let me take that yellowish stuff out of there. We'll get back to something a little more on the rosy side here. See if I can get something there on the cheek. There we go. It's gonna be really tough to get in there just to do that eye. But let me see if I can. There, I think we finally got it. Yeah, we did finally get it there. So we're doing one of every single army. We're doing legendary legions. We're doing all of it. So we'll have to do obviously the royal guard. We'll have to do the horses, sentinels. We got to do all the stuffs. Obviously Celeborn. So we get every single army in Middle Earth, no matter what it is. We're working on all of it. Which means, and of course, well, you heard about the Civil War in Arnor thing that we want to do, which I think is going to be really fun. That's actually got a little bit of the Indanthrin blue in there now. Let's see if I can give him an eye right there. Then over here too. Yeah, well, let's get some of my dark back in here. That's one thing where we need to sharpen up some of these edges here. Let's do that. Here's another edge we gotta sharpen. Same here. Also, we got Angmar we have to do, and I have all kinds of spooks and shadows and shades and everything else printed out. For that, we can have lots of glowy things for Angmar Army. Also, I've got lots of different wargs printed out. So hopefully for each of our armies we'll have some kind of unique looking wargs. Let me darken that too. You know what? This needs a little more separation up here. And then, remember what we did with we took the asphaltum over here. And a little bit of the, not more of that. And the phthalo green. And a little radiant green. So it's kind of a dirty-ish green. And we added that here on the other bow, just to get a little something different. Yeah, just a slightly different color in there. Very subtle, nobody's really going to notice that, but having that little bit of a change really does help. It makes things, that gives it a little extra visual interest. Might even put some of that into the hair. here too. Yeah, that needs a bit more of our highlight on it. That and definitely this over here. Actually, Dandelion of Middle-earth, I just downloaded a bunch of orc tracker files, I think, from Dandelion of Middle-earth. That was just earlier today. That's well, that's right. I gotta make a build plate out of those. Also want to get all of our different ring wraiths put together. That's a Medusa project, and gosh, I don't remember the other one. I know Medusa project. That's easy enough to remember. The other name, not so sure. I'm pretty. Yeah, it must have been the Kamul Easterling on Fellbeast. That was the Medusa project one that we did. All right, we'll sit. No, no, no. Let's get the darker stuff back here. I almost forgot all about that. And this is where we can make those modifications here. All right, try to clean up some of the edges in places. Maybe even move the design a little bit to some where we think, you know, we should push that a fraction of an inch this way or that way. Let's get the dark right around that. Again, on the outside there. And then this is where we had a little bit of a printing thing. So this is where the FEP got stretched a little bit, and that's what kind of causes these little shelves like this. However, there's freehand right there, so it just basically covers that. And sometimes there is no good way to rotate the figure to not have that happen. Which I've noticed a couple of times, there's no good way to rotate that. Now we have to do the same thing again over here on this part of it. That's another here where there's a little bit of a shelf there, and I'm going to try to hide that via some freehand right there. It actually doesn't do a bad job of hiding that crazy little shelf error there. Actually, Gandalf, I painted a bunch of the Medbury Dolam Knights. Now, the other thing, I've done a bunch of, actually, most of my fiefdom's army is either Medbury or printing goes ever on, at least right now. I also have the Dolam printed out from Kurzlook. But yes, I did the Axemen of Losnark, and I did the Clansmen of Lamadon. Those were all Medbury. And of course, my Corsairs of Umbar, at least right now, they are Medbury. But I also have actually some plastic Corsairs, and I've got the Corsairs from Printing Goes Ever On. So yeah, that one's from the Printing Goes Ever On. I have a whole bunch of those all printed out, ready to go. Yeah, Vithron Dolam, that's I call it the Asterisk Army. It is definitely, obviously, I love my Easterlings because I've had them forever, but Dol Amroth is one of my faves because it has that, again, that sort of Asterisk Army quotient to it. Where if you have this, this, and this, and you're able to combine them all together, it really gives all of the different troops a much different look. They can do much different things together. Obviously, maelstrom deployment might verschmizzle that just a little bit. Yeah, Artemichael, I think I've gotten that email a couple of times now. And so for folks that maybe you're not a patron of Printing Goes Ever On, Artemichael reminds us that they do have their sale going on. I think there's probably an extra discount probably for Patreons too, right, Artemichael? So Gandalf, that's all another part of. I have 3 Corsair ships already because we want to have Middle Earth at sea. I have, I think, 2 Elven ships, and of course, Printing Goes Ever On also has a Corsair ship and now an Elven ship. So that's the latest release, and I will be printing that out. It's a really nice look. Well, basically, I don't know what chapter is, maybe 44 or 46 or something like that. It's basically the Grey Havens, I think you could call it. Yeah, Bithron, you can keep going with that for now. But then if you want a little change, right? It's always, it seems like it's worked out well for you every so often to kind of switch up to something else, even if it's very brief, just to kind of keep things interesting. So yes, and I also have, is it printable terrain? I think Bithron that had all the ships. Yeah, I think it's printable terrain. So I have a whole bunch of their ships that we'll be printing out. And again, those are 28 millimeter size. Those are not they're not Armada sized. Those are uh, those are biggies meant for, again, Middle Earth at sea. Gandalf, you could put at least 15 miniatures on the whatchamacallit boats, the uh, the Corsair boats, and of course some of that you're going to have guys up in the rigging too. So I think you could potentially squeeze up to 20 figures on one of those. Same thing for the Elven boats. But of course you don't want to have limitless figures on a boat. That's kind of the whole point, right? Only a limited boarding party can actually get on there. They're not just going to start out next to each other. So there's going to be some maneuvering required before that actually happens. I actually have some 4x4 mats that are nothing but just water imagery. That's it. Arda Michael, hopefully the painting continues to go well, and I know you're cranking away on your terrain there too. Let me get the dark on the edge of this here. First, we'll go when in doubt, make things darker. All right, let's go back to the original guy here. Hey, Surface Tension, how you doing? Happy Sunday, and of course, Surface Tension. If you want to share the Shmoom Kings and your Chaos Warriors there. Oh, geez, that's right. Well, I'll send you a picture of what the corn unit looked like here. Nice to see you again there, Peace Talker. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Sunday, of course. So yeah, once everybody check out Surface Tension's fabulous Instagram pics there when those get posted. Yeah, let me get the lighter color on the skin here. On his fingers, we'll do the face too. Yeah, we gotta get some more light in there. Let's get us some more light. The eyes, maybe not quite where I wanted them to be. We might do a little bit of a change on those too. That's fabulous. So actually, so did the second batch kind of go way faster than the first batch? I'm I'm sure they probably did. All right, that some of that red and a little bit of our brown in there too. Get back with our later stuff here again. Oh yeah, the Warcraft. I didn't know that they did terrain. Oh, maybe that's no. That's not from War. Oh, I'm thinking War Crow. Never mind. Sorry about that, Erda Michael. I know that it was what was it? The stuff that Mantic did. And we have some of that. The terrain crates. That's it. Yeah. I actually have some of that I was going to try to use for some of my Middle Earth stuff, especially the campsite set. So everybody check out that link there. That surface tension posted. Surface tension. It's looking fabulous, of course. I still haven't had a chance to assemble the casket o' skulls yet. Actually, surface tension. We had a level 12 hype train, if you can believe that. And it got to the point where actually the battery on the hype train gave out because it was utilized so many times. All right, well we're just gonna have to try that one more time. We'll work some of the dark back into that too. All right, let's try this again. So surface tension, I'll be very interested to see exactly what the chariot files look like from Titan Forge. Obviously, I saw the pictures of them. Was it yesterday or something? They sent out the email with some of the previews. They actually, at first, maybe I was thinking of somebody else's chariots, but I definitely have to print those out. I think they will actually be a nice little complement to the Highland Miniatures chariots. So yeah, Grand Oracle and Zack and Pure Vita Blades. A whole bunch of folks, a Horns fan, help make that happen. That was more like a mega train, right? Right, Grand Oracle. Happy Sunday, Real Brush Guy. Everybody, please give Real Brush Guy a follow. Of course, Real Brush Guy. If you would like to share some stuff in the chat there for people to peruse, please go ahead. I know that the internet situation there, I know you were kind of hoping that might get resolved. Hopefully, maybe it has gotten, well, at least more in your favor anyway. So, let me get back to my, there it is. That's what we need, a little bit of that. That is the cobalt turquoise, or cobalt teal, which essentially acts so much like Terra Rosa. It dries fast, it dries matte. No idea what in the world they got in there, but again, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one from last night. So we're maybe about 21 hours from when this was. I was still painting on that, and I should use a clean finger there. So again, it's this is dry right here. So, and some of our other ones, if I'm using colors that are naturally fast drying, within 10-12 hours they can be completely dry. Let's see here. 1 second. So sorry that there hasn't been a solution to that yet, Brush Guy. I know, well, again, that's kind of an impediment to streaming, right? If you don't have the reliable, hefty internet there, streaming doesn't work quite so well when that happens. There's my blending brush. Now remember the other thing that we did, and I think this has been setting for a little while. I can go like this here, right? We're not doing this. We're going straight up and down, just doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. What does that do? It kind of takes the edge off just a smidge. It essentially blurs it a little bit. So think of it like a blur tool in Photoshop. Oh yeah, that is surface tension also working with the oil paints. So everybody please check out the fabulous oil painted miniatures that surface tension posted there. Again, look at this. Did you see me do a bunch of gradual layers there? Did you see me just go strong to the hoop, as we like to say? And oh yeah, speaking of, so a surface tension doing a colored primer, right? Well, that's what we did here. Normally, primer is either going to be this is kind of the standard primer, just a very neutral gray, or sometimes where it's going to be difficult to do a pre-glaze, I'll do the dark brown. This is the color that I mix up. This is the white Stynylrez primer, some clear blue and some clear green mixed in. So I basically made my own primer color there. And then a simple pre-glaze, very simple pre-glaze there. Now where's my other do with a pointy stick there? Let me get to the some of the asphalt. Fine, we'll use this. That is not going to be light enough, so I'm going to add me a little bit of the radiant green. Tiny bit, well, a little bit thinner in there. Now that's starting to get a little later. So Pete Stalker, hopefully everything's going well. Again, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to everybody. You know what, I'm going to get a little bit of that into here too. Even though, again, we're doing snow on our bases, we're going to dingy that up a little bit. That's a highly technical painting term right there. Everybody, please check out that link that Real Brush Guy just posted, and please give Real Brush Guy a follow while you're at it. So get Real Brush Guy. I hope that they can get that issue resolved for you, so you can do streaming when you would like to. Alright, there's a little bit of the fast matte white on that. Yeah, okay, so that's again a little bit better. So one more round on there like this. Yeah. Again, not going to do too much with the painting on here, since it's going to be again covered with snow and icicles and everything else. And again, here's our ones from last night. And we'll already have 6 of these between the 2 I did on the video, and then these guys we're actually going to have 6 of our Galadhrim figs already done. And like I said, I have to find the old plastic calves so I can put those together because it would just be very, very interesting after all these years to paint the old calf figs. I wonder. Well, I'll have to figure out what color we want to make the horses. Thanks for extension. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Get back in here a little bit more of the light here, and then we'll come back with our dark, like so. There we go. This, let me see if I can sneak a little bit more of the light in there. Actually, now that you mention it, Gandalf, I probably have those. I'll have to look through. Thanks for reminding me. I might actually have those. In fact, I might have even printed those up already. But one way to check for sure is I'll go back to my mini factory and I'll see what I have. Yeah, I might have already printed those out. Even if I did, I'll just print out some more. I'm starting to wonder if I actually might have run across those over the last few days of moving stuff around. Hey, there's Scrap Metal Dragon. How you doing? Happy Sunday to you. Here's hoping that all is well. And here's hoping that everybody's having themselves a decent weekend. Maybe getting a chance to do some painting, playing games, whatever's. Let me just throw some of that in here. Yeah, it's just like we use the printed horses from Titan Forge for our Cetra chariot conversion. We could always use, and I think, well, I know, oh, that's right. I know I used the Rohan horses. I think you've seen some of my chariot conversions, my Candish chariots, where we used Rohan horses, Tomb King's chariots chopped up in a couple of different places, lots of green stuff. We actually did some of those on stream as well. Now let me go back to the dark here on the shield. That's still not quite going where I would like it to, but I think at this point we're just going to leave it that way. Boy, surface tension. Yeah, I've seen some battle reports with, of course, now in one-page rules. My guess is it's probably a little bit more balanced. So I think right there that should work a bit in your favor. It probably won't be as nuclear and devastating as the GW version. Well, Scrap Metal Dragon, I hope that is going to be a blast for you. Now I believe that, does that have the new skeletal dragon in it, or is that something you still have to get separate? I think you probably have to get the skeletal dragon separate. Not sure. I know they do have one other Shmoom King in there that is new. Everything else is, well, circa 1993. Yeah, surface tension. Well, that my Tomb King's tournament army from 2014, a dwarf player with two anvils, an organ gun, and a bunch of other stuff, basically shot the army off the table in what was it, less than 20 minutes? We're talking about a 2,500 point, I believe, is either 2,500 or 2,250. Tomb King army shot off the table completely and entirely in just a matter of pretty much less than 20 minutes. Sadly, they didn't really make them any better, so that would still pretty much happen again. Because there would be the anvils that, well, yeah, I guess they don't necessarily need magic to move, though. Ah, so the Bone Dragon is in there, okay. I couldn't quite remember. I think maybe then it is. Now, Scrap Metal Dragon, do you have any sort of color schemes in mind for it? Because again, there's nothing more fun than coming up with color schemes for new armies. That's always a blast. Never did get my dark right there. Okay, now I gotta do the other side too. Surface tension, it was all boomsticks and everything else. And everything went boom really, really fast. I have to say that I never ate so well at a tournament as that one, because essentially both games were over, at least two of the games were over on turn one. So that did facilitate getting some chow. Wasn't quite. I would have really preferred to eat a little less well at the tournament, but that's how it went. Do I need to? Here, let me. Can you see what I'm doing there? I think I need. There we go. That's it. We don't really have that really hefty dirt right up on the edge of that. I was well, here, let me drop a little bit of this over here. Now, and of course, I think I have. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Again, I was talking about the Oliphant that I have printed out from Dandelion North. I have to print out the. Well, I think she has basically an Oliphant casualty, and also one that's kind of rearing up on its hind legs because people are shooting at the head. Yeah, so that was, of course, that was the one thing they did change. Now the dwarves can't outcharge the Tomb King chariots. At least that wouldn't happen nowadays, because that was also the other thing that happened, is that he was able to literally move faster than Tomb King's chariots and Tomb King's horsemen. I know that dwarves are natural sprinters and all that kind of stuff, but that was maybe a little bit excessive. No, that didn't quite work out. I'm going to take some of the radiant green. We're mixing that up with our turquoise here. I think we'll just get some of our white into that, make it a little bit lighter, bring that in there. And then some of it, I think, on the sleeve here. Maybe that sleeve too. And maybe a smidge on this. I don't know, maybe that might have been too much. I might even use this as a blending brush, because any brush can be a blending brush. So I'm just getting the paint off of this as best as I can. Oh yeah, that's right, Scrap Metal Dragon. I remember we were talking about the Bane Blade there, and I'm sure that's going to be very fun for. I guess that's another thing where you have to decide what kind of color scheme it'll be, how much of the weathering stuff that you do on it, because well, tanks obviously very different. Whether it's going to be something like, well, here a winter theme like that, or just a regular old Barbarossa BT7, or whether it's going to be one of the mighty Italian Tigers of the Desert right there. So obviously a little different on each vehicle right there, even though there's not necessarily a big color difference. Back to the fast matte white up there. Let some of that work its way into the cobalt teal. A little more light down there. Also, maybe along the edge of this. Let me see if I get some of that there. I'm gonna actually go a little lighter. If this doesn't really work, I'll put a little bit more dark up here. But I think that will do it. No, might actually have to chuck a little more dark into that. Didn't think I was going to need to, but maybe that's just what I need to do. Oh yeah, I guess if I do some more of these, maybe on Monday, then it would give us about 8 or so, maybe 10. Hey there, Arid, nice to see you again. So Arid, hope that the stream was a good one tonight. Sorry that I began so late here. I was waiting for a video to upload for the Patreon page. Definitely can't be streaming while that's trying to upload a video. That's gonna be fantastic. Scrap Metal Dragon. It's obviously not just doing the winter whitewash, but even doing the snow effects and icicles and such hanging off of it is really fun. Maybe push that up a little that way. Now I try this again here. Surface tension, they pretty much develop together. Oh, geez, I wish I had this one here, but I would say that the cloaks are maybe, as far as the value painting on them goes, maybe about 50% of the way there. That's fantastic, Erin. I thought I saw that you were painting, so I was very curious to see how that went. So, Erin, of course, if you want to share your Pinterest link there, please go ahead, do that. So yeah, surface tension by kind of, well, building evenly like usual. So if the cloak is not too developed, and boy, there was one last night, I had to keep restarting constantly. So I basically just kept taking it and doing this, saying, that's not right, doing that. So that kind of allowed me to do that, to kind of be able to go back and forth like that and just go, nah, not quite right, let's do it again. So Scrap Metal Dragon, that's where we bring out some of our chapters of the Book of Wapol. They're essentially kind of little bits of advice, some of the things that we've kind of learned over the course of many years. And the idea is that they're little phrases that are kind of easy to remember. And we generally try to kind of bring those in kind of to help reinforce the lessons that we're talking about on our stream. So there's well, some of our favorites. And well, here's one. It's literally written on the brush itself. Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Again, this is the one that'll be available at Adepticon. And I just basically said that maybe make 36 of those for Adepticon. Well, and beyond. It's not like only Adepticon, but that's the primary target for him is Adepticon. Hey, they're arid. So again, now, well, we've talked about these, right? This is the one where we do our film noir. So contrast more than just light versus dark. We can get into that one too. But this one right here is actually chapter 1 of the Book of Wapol. So if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. That's one of the reasons why we do something like a pre-glaze, because that kind of unifies everything. So when we do something like this, well, whether it's skin tone, whether it's the bow, whether it's whatever, right, the arrows and such, that turquoise is going to go everywhere, and it's going to tie things together because there's this, lot of reflections that happen not just on metal. So see it in a bit there, Arid. And again, here's some of our other ones as well. So this is another one. Thick paint sticks to thin paint. We're not doing layers with the oils, right? So sometimes, and it doesn't have to be right out of the tube or essentially it doesn't have to be a pin line wash. It could just be maybe a 5-10% difference in how little or how much thinner is in the paint. And of course, we always like this one too. When in doubt, make your colors darker because you can try to keep highlighting stuff just like here on the shoulder. That I can try and make that lighter and lighter until it's basically white and has no color, or instead I could do something like this, make it darker, and that yields the contrast that I needed. So again, I could have kept making that lighter and lighter so it wouldn't look like anything anymore, or I could just very simply do a tiny little bit of extra shading right there. So Surface Tension found an app. It's a phone app, right, that lets you see your miniature in film noir. Yet they didn't call it film noir, right? Right, Surface Tension. Nice to see you there, Inganes. I hope that you're doing well. So here's another thing again, Surface Tension. Here I can take this, and that white is a little bit thick there. You see, I kind of took away a little bit of the edge of that. So Inganes, great to see you again. Happy Sunday. I hope all is well. So again, that dark right there, all it is a little bit phthalo green, a little bit of Prussian blue, and it becomes a nice dark. But voice surface tension, I'm telling you, these the AI images and such, boy, did that really make a big difference for again trying to come up with a color scheme. Wow, really made a huge difference. Now here, I need to reflect some of the robe color, and this is another thing. Metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings. That's another chapter of the Book of Wapol there. Let me see. So, yeah, that's for sure, right? Surface tension. Do we need to? Yeah, let's do that. Again, we're trying to reflect some of the turquoise over here onto the armor. Why? Because, well, if it's sitting right next to it like this, again, how in the world does that not reflect this green over here? So see that? You can see it's more of a turquoise there. Why? Because it's sitting right next to the cloak there. Surface tension. I typed in what's my was it? Oh, AON, like AON Megicelled everything, and it still put pointy ears even on Eowyn. It literally put pointy ears on Eowyn, and it's just basically anything that was a female character had pointy ears. So again, we're just going to take that and we're just kind of blending some of that away. This also, I think we're going to go more again towards the dark. Is this, oh yeah, this is our guy from last night. Let me get him out of the way here. Again, still so shocked to discover that our cobalt teal, it doesn't just dry matte, it dries pretty darn fast. Again, big shock because on the palette it does not actually dry very quickly. Now, granted, of course, there is some fast matte white that goes into it, but still, that now of course, if I was using regular titanium white, I think that's another thing that kind of is a little bugaboo for a lot of folks is they're using regular titanium white. Well, Cheese Whiz, thank you so much for being here. Cheese Whiz, I don't know if you had a chance to post anything in the chat there, stuff that you've been doing, but if you wanted to share that before you head out and go to sleep, because, well, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. So thank you so much, Cheese Whiz, for being here. And again, you want to share anything? Everybody, please give old Cheese Whiz a follow also. And Cheese Whiz, if you want to let folks know when you might be streaming next, please go ahead and do that. Get some of that back over here. I'm going to maybe... Is this going to be any light? That is slightly lighter than what's there. Okay, so everybody please give Cheese Whiz a follow. A bit more of a light there. This... Where did you go? I'm just going to use this maybe. Again, as a bit of a blending brush there. It's a hard area to reach. Yeah, Artemichael, I think yes, you will need a little bit of break here and there from all the terrains. As much as we love terrain, yeah, Artemichael, I was filling up a bunch of brand new plastic totes with terrain earlier today to try and keep some of that safe because it's starting to get bounced around so much. It is we're starting to break pieces off of it, so it's like, all right, it's going into plastic totes now. If that's what's going to happen. So Tuesdays and Thursdays Pacific for Cheese Whiz and some streaming. So again, Cheese Whiz, thanks so much for hanging out with us here. And again, Irid, I think you probably already shared your Pinterest link there, but if you didn't already, please go ahead and do that. Now, these have a weird little edge right here. We're going to try and get rid of that. There we go. Yep. And I didn't actually use any paint there. I just took what was there and I just spread it across. That's all I did. Okay, thanks there. I figured that you did. Actually, I was telling Kathy's mom and sister that last night on the stream, so this was, what was the last night's stream? It was almost a 5-hour stream. Technically, I fell asleep about 45 minutes in. So yes, technically I was sleep streaming last night. That's just how messed up the sleep patterns are when you do the all-nighter thing to start the week and then have some really weird hours the rest of the week. So yes, technically I fell asleep on stream at least once last night. And ironically enough, Kathy's sister was watching, or where she was watching the VOD and she said she couldn't tell, and she was watching it right around that time. Hero Zone, how you doing? Hey, Wooden Emers, how you doing? And of course, everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. Hey, Artemis Rose, nice to see you back. So Hero Zone, I saw that you had out some more STL file or some more prints there. Again, everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. These are also 3D printed. These are from Dandelion and Middle Earth. Where's our other one? Here we go. So 3 hours and 25 minutes ago, these two looked like this. So that's just primer right there. And now we do have a little bit of a step here. So we've got our primer, then some pre-glaze, and then we add all of our lighter stuff, and of course then things like freehand, which we're going to get back into this and add some of the lightest lights there. Hey there, RIP artist, nice to see you again. So again, there's these two. We did these two guys last night on stream. So there's a couple more of our, again, the Galadhrim warriors. So that's right. And actually, Hero Zone, if there's any links that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now here is another one of our recent streams. This is the Fey Enchantress, also 3D printed. This is from Titan Forge. We also have a whole bunch of fun little basing bits here. Foxes and bunnies. 1, 2, 3, 4 little bunnies right there. Those are from Make It Epic Basing. All these painted with the oils. All these painted with the oils. Now again, we've been showing this for our film noir. Watch what happens to this cloak when we take away the color. Oh, almost all the shading goes away. Right, everything looks kind of flat. Why? Because that's color contrast. That's not value contrast. Right, lots of color contrast on here. Even with the fox, right, the oranges there, the turquoise, the magentas, violets, and greens, which is far different from, well, here we've got this. We do another film noir on this. You still have some pretty hefty values right there, even where there's the gold, the blues, the turquoise. So again, with this, the way the shape of this was, we still had pretty strong value patterns. However, nowhere near the type of contrast that happens when we bring back that color, right? Much different. Everybody, please, when Hero Zone posts that link tree, please go ahead and check that out. So again, here's some more of our Bretonian stuff. Again, some more little touch of freehand on our Bretonians. And well, here's our Tomb Kings. This is a bit of a conversion here. So Titan Forge Horses, and that's the metal Cetra chariot right there. Enjoy that. I'm sure that you will there, Aaron. And see you in a bit. So again, what we're doing here is just working on building up some of our freehand, trying to collect as many edges as we can, especially on the armor here. We're going to try and do a little bit of some blending here. Also, we're going to do a little bit of reflected color because we don't really have this turquoise reflected here. So let's do that now. So RIP artist, great to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Sunday to everybody, of course. There it is. There's our turquoise working its way in there. Alright, now we got to get some dark here to separate that. We'll just use our indigo for that. That's going to go right here. So here's Zone. I'm glad that the new endeavors are going as well as possible. Everybody again, please give Hero Zone a follow. That's the other thing we need. I knew there was something missing here. See that just got a whole lot sharper, didn't it? That's edge contrast. Color contrast. Let's see, our saturation contrast, right? Something real saturated versus something really muted. And of course, that's what we had here, right? Yeah, that really saturated green for the object source lighting. Everything else kind of dingy, even though it's warm. So we have a saturated cool color. We have dingy warm colors. So that's again two types of contrast. You combo little edge contrast in there plus the value contrast. You got all the contrasts going now. And you kind of need all of those to really make an effective miniature, especially if you want, I know folks do the competition painting and all that good stuff, so you are going to want to give those judges something to peruse. No, 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 there's too much paint on that brush. Take some of it off. Throw even a little bit more of our dark down in there. And again, sometimes you must have dark to show the light. Let's do that here. I'm glad you're doing well there, RIP artist. Oh, also, I completely forgot. Thursday, we did our first portraits in Middle Earth there. So we have so Theoden, Snowmane, and such, looking very regal in Medjugorje. Not quite sure what Snowmane is doing inside Medjugorje, but he got himself in there somehow. Let's get me a little bit of dark on the other side of that. Ooh, speaking of, let me get the can. That is the little bit of our turquoise there. If it's gonna be right next to that armor, is there some kind of weird anti-reflective Scotchguard on that? I don't think so. And again, these are 3D printed miniatures from Dandelions in Middle Earth. Yeah, that I think he just it's a very elaborate selfie right there, Bithron. Now, typically, okay, so here we go. I like the Williamsburg because they pretty much stick to linseed oil. Other oils that you're going to see, so the big three would be linseed oil, safflower oil, and walnut oil. They kind of go in descending order. I would say that linseed oil is going to be the most common, safflower oil the next common, and then walnut oil kind of, there's other ones too, but those are kind of your big three. Yeah, there's no petroleum in there. That would be acrylics, because acrylics are plastic. So yes, oil paints, and again, there I'm not a botanist or an arborist or anything like that. But last I checked, safflower oil and linseed oil and walnut oil don't come from dead dinosaurs. So yes, folks that are thinking about gluing themselves to paintings in museums, you might want to contemplate that, because that when I started to see that, I said, okay, maybe I'm not so good at botany. I did get my botany merit badge back when I was in Boy Scouts. No Spitfire miniatures. I'm not a fan of either safflower oil or walnut oil. My preference is always for linseed oil. Now, folks, sometimes they'll use those because they're looking for a little bit. Well, they want oil paints that are a little bit basically softer slash smoother coming out of the tube. Now, this brand right here, they tend to prioritize the safflower oil. So there's usually a little bit more safflower oil in this. Also, I don't know where that is, but Holbein, that's another one that kind of prioritizes safflower oil, which again, for maybe for oil paintings on canvas or really big, whatever, that could be helpful. For miniatures, not so much. Survival, oh yeah, they're definitely all compatible with each other. because the vast majority of tubes will have, well, basically one of each. So let me just grab a random tube here. Oh yeah, see, linseed oil and safflower oil. So that's again not unusual to see at least two. Surface. Oh, that's called letting the door out of the barn and into the palace. Yeah, yeah. Surface tension. You let the horse out of the barn right into the palace. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What? What is this? Hello, like king of horses. Yet no pictures of me in the palace. So, like, dude, it was just a picture, man. It's no big deal. It's like, no, no, no. King of horses. And I'm supposed to be so valuable, huh? No pictures of me in the palace. Ganna says, if he would just shut his mouth once in a while, maybe he would have gotten a. I heard that. So this. Oh, sorry about that. That just had to happen. That just had to happen. So we're taking a little bit of that. Speaking of dingy green here, a little bit of that. Getting that on the bow. I'm gonna actually darken that up a little bit more here. Let's do this. No, not dark enough. When in doubt, make things darker. Like that. Also, that. Yeah, let's darken that down a little. Now here, I will take you. We're just gonna. There we go. We're gonna just scumble some of this together, because that was pretty much just our pre-glaze right there. Okay, now we'll come back and we'll add our light there. Yep, Hero Zone. It's 2 a.m. here. Everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow if you could. Thanks for doing that clip there, Bithron. Appreciate that as always. Boy, Bithron, I could swear the stream last night. Or was it the was it the Theoden stream? I swear you must have had to do about a dozen clips during that one. Maybe it was the stream last night. Of course, again, this stream we had the level 12 hype train, so we do want to thank everybody that was a part of that. I think a whole bunch of folks are trying to race towards the hype train emote there, which I guess we'll have to try to make now. There, let me get to. No, we'll just take this here. We'll take this here. Now, I think it's up-tiling paints. So, and even the scale 75, they put a ton of safflower oil into their paints because again they wanted them to almost be more like acrylics, like super soft, almost like they were coming out of a dropper bottle. Which again, that's okay. That's what they wanted to do. However, those also take a long time to dry. They tend to be kind of slippery. They tend to kind of slide around on the miniature. They don't tend to anchor themselves very well. That's just, and that can happen with too much linseed oil also. It's not just a safflower oil thing. So again, it's anything can, well, moderation in all things. To me, I certainly like to see moderation in linseed oil and safflower oil. Yeah, not a huge fan of tons of that stuff. It is how we make our own paints, right? We will take usually like a fluorescent powder or our metal powders. We'll mix those with linseed oil and we will create our own oil paint. We've done that a whole bunch of times. And here's an example of our fluorescent green. Again, just some pigment powder, some linseed oil, and poof. Yep, just like this. Pigment powder, linseed oil, oil paint. It's in some ways a bit of a cheaper way to go, especially with those specialty colors like interference colors, especially the fluorescence, because maybe you can't get the fluorescence in your country, like the say the Marion Street fluorescent oil paints. No, let me again. I don't want to go too crazy with this because we're gonna have. Yeah, I need to go darker. So when in doubt, make things darker. Let's do that. Because again, we are going to have the snow and icicle effects on them. So let's do that here. Let's darken this down a little bit. Maybe with some kind of a bit of a lazy pinline wash sort of thing. Also keep in mind that the paint thinner, which is a super high quality odorless thinner, is for thinning the paints, not for washing the brushes. We have a brush cleaner for that. Does a great job. We'll show you that in a sec. I just want to drop this on here. That's about a bit more. And we'll say that is bueno. Hey there, Q and Company. How you doing? So Q and Company, well, Grand Oracle, Zach, they were they were really they were dishing out those subs. They were really dishing those things out. So here's our brush cleaner. This is from Windsor. No, look at that. It's also for dried acrylic, not hazardous, no vapor. That's your cleaner right there. Paint thinner, only for thinning the paints. Oh, look at this. It's a water bottle cap. And this is all I've been using for about almost 4 hours here. And there's plenty left. Why? Because I only use it for thinning the paints. That's it. Not for cleaning the brushes. Again, brush cleaner, clean the brushes, paint the thinner, thin the paints. Always a good thing to keep in mind, right, David? How you doing? Happy Sunday. Here's hoping that all is well for you on this Sunday AM. Well, I suppose in Australia now it's more like Sunday. Maybe it's 3 in the afternoon or so in Australia land. So Q and Company, yeah, there was a whole bunch. Well, we had a level 12 hype train, and I think several folks ended up with some surprise gift subs there. I think basically it was like if you existed, you got a sub. Yeah. If you were a human being alive on planet Earth in 2024, in late February, you were gifted a sub. So the RIP artist that shattered the previous record was a level 11 hype train. Oh, and the other thing too is there was so much hype train, the hype train couldn't keep up. So we have to get some a new battery for the hype train because it doesn't make a whole lot of sound anymore. Instead of chugging along, it more just kind of like it just goes ugh. So Grand Oracle estimates that 50 or more gift subs handed out as Grand Oracle and Zach were making it rain in the chat there. David painting, sometimes even forget to do that at the end of a painting session, but very rarely ever do any kind of deep clean or something like that while I'm painting. I also do have a ton of different brushes since for the most part they're just they're either craft brushes or something like this. This is about usually $5, $5.30. That's an expensive brush. So that means we can have multiple brushes. So sometimes that means I can just kind of keep going, and not have to necessarily stop to be cleaning brushes. Also, too, we rely on, instead of again mixing on the palette, which you don't see very much here. Again, these big blobs of color here, that was from the pre-glaze. The biggest blobs or the biggest areas of paint you see on the palette were just to do this. Nothing to do with any of the other subsequent stuff. So again, yes, the less expensive brushes, very durable brushes, that's for sure. Nah, I'm gonna have to go back with my white again. That one didn't really belong there. No big deal. I'll make a change to that. Bring it back to what was there. And when back in the academy days, we didn't really have much in the way of thin. All we had was a paint rag, and that's all we did was just wiped them off. But there are times where, especially streaming late. That just happened the other day. It was a very late stream, super tired. Still had a whole bunch of other things to do. Didn't actually wash or clean off any of the brushes. Just did it the next day. I think I went to use them in a tutorial video or something like that and went, oh, well, yeah. Guess we have to clean off these brushes. Just going to chuck a little bit of that light on there. Again, there's going to be the snow for the most part on there, but I'm just going to do a little bit of this here. Gonna come back. Oh, here, let's grab this. Maybe some of the asphalt in here back, because that would act as a little bit of a foil to whatever snow effects we put on. Okay, there we are. Yeah, I was getting a little too late for something that's going to have snow sitting on top of it. See you later, Peace Talker. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Again, a happy rest of your Sunday. Yeah, fine. Just darken that down too. Oh, this is the other thing I want to do real quick like here. Let me just, I want to get that not blackest black on the bases here just to see, that also lets me know just how dark did I get with these. So I'm just going to push some of the blue tack away there and also over here so that I can get to this. Alright. And this stuff, again, it's not the Stuart Simple stuff. We have that, but this actually has a better adherence. That actually will stick a little bit better. Kind of use this as a first coat. It is, as you can see, it's got a little shininess to it. That is what makes the blackest black so black, is that it has no shine to it. So David painting, they're even not so much necessarily lighter or darker. Well, here you can go. You can see. Now, some of these are blending brushes also. So this one right here is just, we've been using that as a blending brush. Same thing with this. So that was more one of our pre-glazed, but oh, here's another. So you can see there again, that's got some paint. Oh, here's another one. So there's another one right there. So again, we have multiple brushes out there sometimes. You know, I'm just going to use this guy right here. There, because that just has some of our that dark brown primer that I like to mix up. Okay, so we don't think we have to go any lighter or darker with the base. That looks pretty solid right there. Okay. Let's see. So Grand Oracle, there are times, especially with any thin armor, right? Grand Oracle. If it's cloth, we'll kind of play with that a little bit. I remember. Oh, it was the those not ogres. I think maybe no, it was the giants. That's the savage giants from Song of Ice and Fire. And their clothes. That was so close to the snow. I did actually make a little alteration there. But oh man, with armor you gotta do it right. Otherwise, well, it'll be kind of funky, right? To have all that snow there and it is not reflecting on the armor. So even in like the deepest shadow area of armor, if there's snow there, boy, you gotta reflect a decent amount of light there. Now I'm trying to clean this out again because that's acrylic there. That is not oils. Even though our brush cleaner does work for dried acrylic, I try not to quite go there. And again, these are the makeup sponges. So we chop these up into about somewhere between 6 to 8 pieces, and that's what we here. You can see. So that is what we use to wipe away the pre-glaze there. Where's that blending brush I was just showing you? There it is. Oh, there it is. So again, this is a. See, there's a little bit of paint down there, but not too much. It's just a junky old craft brush. Yeah, Grand Ori. You know what's wild is it's actually some. It's easier to clean super glue out of a brush than it is to clean dried acrylic paint out of a brush. That surprised even me, Grand Oracle. I was not expecting that. Yes, it is easier for me to get super glue out of a brush. Not something I would have really anticipated. So again, just using the blending brush, softened up some of those things. This is why we don't need to do the layering with the oil paints, right? It's just not necessary. So yeah, you know. Oh, let's do. So here, I'm gonna try and actually see if I can get some of my latest light in there. I'm not sure that's gonna work, but I'm also gonna maybe try to lighten up a little bit of the armor around that. Looks like I was able to get a little bit of the light in there. Here, let me hit the hair again. Maybe a little light up there too. Yeah. Alright, let me see if I can get the darker thing in his eye here. You know what? Let me take a little of the excess off up there, and then there we are. That is so much better. Sometimes again with the oils, you just gotta say, all right, let's try this again. Oh, now here, this is another case where I was trying to make that lighter. That was not gonna work. That needed to be darker. There's just a whole bunch of basically shadow stuff around there. Same over here. How's what we darken this up? Also, too, the darker the cloak is, the lighter the armor is. So if this cloak gets super light, our white armor, just no matter how much white you put in there, not really going to look like white armor. Also, too, if you were to check out our white armor, it's just like our gold. You're not going to see much gold or white. Ay, 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 ay. Actually, Grand Oracle, I think it could work. Actually, Grand Oracle, even rubbing alcohol. We've even used rubbing alcohol to get super glue out of brushes. Yeah, before I had that brush cleaner, I used to just use rubbing alcohol, and I'll even use it to clean the oil painting brushes. Sometimes that's actually the final part of my cleaning process. Is that? Well, but good luck with that, Grand Oracle. I hope that gets it all out of there. Uh, yeah, now that's what it is. A piece of fuzz on the end of the brush. I was wondering what was going all weird. Trying to make these more like triangles there. This Certainly needs some dark right there. Then the blending brush again. See, just to feather that edge. I don't mind that hard line there because it's a horizon line. This, not so much. Don't want that to be a hard edge there. Terrosa. Little Indian yellow. Let me. Fine, I'll get some of my yellow in there too. That's another one of our Alkyd colors. So this is going to be a really interesting theme army right here. Again, this kind of winter in Lothlorien because Galadriel accepted the ring. I'll have to do something fun with the mirror pool. Something with the mirror pool that shows that she has the ring. I'm not quite sure what that would be yet. Obviously, it's not going to be a very large image. A little bit more of the Terra Rosa in here. Let's get some of that back over here. Even though we will cover that, but first I was thinking, well, why do I have I don't want all the fungus and stuff there, but if Lothlorien was suddenly flash frozen, so to speak, maybe that does make sense then. David painting, I never used the brush soap. I actually have a bunch of that stuff sitting around here. It always just seemed to be, well, an extra hassle. Didn't seem to do very much, and that soap would seem to stay in the brush afterwards. So with all the hassles and everything, I just said, nah, this is not worth it. So again, I'm sure there's a bunch of those sitting around the house here, but I don't really use those. I know other folks use them all the time. It just didn't work out too well for me. So here we're just getting some of our fast matte white out here, just a little bit more as we push along on these guys. This is as much to get the lightest light here on some of the freehand back here. And Grand Oracle, it's kind of funny because that's where I would notice the residue because, well, soap and acrylics, right? That's when I would notice, like, what's going on with this paint here? It's acting kind of funky, and that's because of the brush soap. Just seemed like you could never quite get that stuff out of the brush. That's what we need to see how that has a little bit of undulation to it now. Yeah, let me see if I can do that up here too. Yeah, also there. Yeah, sometimes just good old-fashioned water might be the best way to go. I mean, I already have lots of the 70% rubbing alcohol around for the 3D printing. There we are. Yeah, let's lighten this up too. Let's get that with the little bit of the white there on the edge of that. So see how that makes it come forward just that tiny little bit. Probably should do that over here too. Not so much on the symbol down in the center, because again, that's supposed to kind of be in shadow there. Grand Oracle, you're not kidding, because I poured out, got rid of my, kind of used up, dirty, kind of initial rinse cleaning stuff there. And then I think I took 3 of the small bottles of the 70% alcohol and it filled it like halfway. So I always keep forgetting just how much is in that little vat. until I dump it out and I go, oh, okay. That's the other thing I got to get at the store tomorrow. Hopefully, is a little bit more rubbing alcohol. And again, stopped using the sable brushes a long time ago just because, well, they not only were they really pricey, the quality level on those was shockingly low, and it just kept getting lower and lower, especially in 2020. Because I noticed in 2018, 2019, that was they were getting more expensive and not getting any better, getting worse. And then, woof, once once the mysterious disease of completely unknown origin hit, then supply chain issues, and that's really when those sable brushes seem to go downhill super quickly. Going to get me a little bit of a little extra light on the edge here and here, and a touch over there. Might even bring a little light down there, maybe not too much. No, I think we should. Sometimes the enemy of good is better. And this is another book of Wapple's saying is, of course, the enemy of completion is perfection. Never going to be perfect, so don't even bother. Because if it is perfect, well, then you might as well just stop painting, unless you can do another perfect thing. So, yes, if you ever do paint the perfect miniature, all that means is that every other one that you paint from then on in has to be perfect. So, we're a big fan of imperfect miniatures. There you go. That would have been an interesting name for a channel or something like that. Imperfect miniatures. Yeah, I think we're good there. Oh, with this thing here, that is going to get some, not just reflected light, but some of our turquoise there. So if anybody wants to start up a channel called Imperfect Miniatures, I guess there you go. Unless somebody's already using that. Who knows? Maybe somebody's already using it. Ah, there we go. See a little bit more of the turquoise there. Then we've got this kind of a little band of dark and a band of light. Yeah, Grant Oracle. I have usually, I'll just get a big batch of them on Amazon, but since the grocery store is just a block and a half away, and I'm walking over there anyway, like again tomorrow, figured, while I'm there, I'll just get me, I'll just get one there. Here, let me do a little bit more on my turquoise here on the sleeves, I think. I don't think it's any cheaper. So Bithron was able to research that. Actually, Bithron are a couple of someone's using that. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of folks maybe are using that. So I just add a little bit more of the turquoise there to that shield. It kind of almost creates a little bit of a glow there. So somebody on Instagram. Who knows? Maybe, well, I would not be surprised if it was just something that I maybe saw years ago and it just stuck in my head and only got regurgitated now. Given the softness of the brain that I have here, wouldn't be surprised. That is maybe a little too much. Yeah, it's a little too much towards the white there. We will lighten it, but towards the teal. Now we're gonna go again. When in doubt, make things darker. We shall take our phthalo green slash Prussian blue to darken that. I'll do the same over here again. Oh, what else are we doing? There we are. Hey there, Thranual. Happy Sunday. So Thranio, hopefully you saw the link to the new painting series on the Patreon page. Oh god, well I sent that out right before the stream, so probably about 4.5 hours ago. Not even. Maybe about 4 hours, 15 minutes ago. So Thranio, I hope that you're doing well. As here, we're gonna add some of this, little bit of the brown here on the arrows. Can't all just be light up there. There we go. That one. And there, I think we're okay now. Well, Thranio, hopefully you had yourself a decent night's sleep. Actually, Thranio, I could swear it wasn't all that long ago that the alert for the start of the stream was what actually woke you up. That wasn't that long ago, right? Was that last week, maybe? I think it was maybe last week or at longest the week before. I could swear the alert sound or something like that. It actually went off for a change and ended up waking you up. Now here we're going to add the combine. That's quite the interesting lemon yellow there. Grand Oracle is taking the that ice blue and combining that with the Hansa yellow. So yeah, that is the Richardson ice blue here, and then the Hansa yellow. I think that is a yep, that is a Gamlin color. So, but I think I'm pretty sure there is a Winsor Newton version of that. I could be wrong, but I think there is a Winsor Newton version of that. Let me lighten this up a bit here. Again, a little touch of something that's not just, well, gray. A little something different there, and I might even try and get a little more light on the spear, just in a little area like that. Cat, for doing cat sitting also, not just resident cats, but cats of a babysitting kind of nature there. Let me see something here. Nope, not seeing that. Okay, never mind. I think we're good to go there. I might try some of this. So again, that's that ice blue mixed with the Hansa yellow. Our last couple of highlights for the hair. I get the reference there. The references with that really light hair color. It just seemed to be such a neat theme. Again, that was all a part of a video that I just did on the Patreon page not even a couple of weeks ago, probably, where the idea was take the just do a couple quick searches and see what does it show you for either a color scheme or even some ideas for basing. Actually, surface tension, it failed horribly when I was trying to get some, because it worked so well for the elves. I tried doing the same thing for the Khorne berserkers. I wanted to make some references for people, and I kept typing in Warhammer Fantasy, Age of Sigmar. Basically, I even typed in not 40k, and it still, every time anything that was chaos, it was basically Space Marines. So I could not escape the Space Marines. It didn't matter what the search parameters were, and it was almost like virtually the same pictures of Space Marines. Hey there, Pascal, how you doing? So everybody, please give Pascal a follow, and of course, Pascal, please, if you could post your latest works there. Everybody, when Pascal posts his Instagram link there, please do go check that out, and of course, give Pascal a follow. Actually, I did that Bithron. I said no sci-fi, fantasy, everything you could possibly imagine, and all it wanted to show me was 40k stuff. It was crazy. Actually, Bithron, well, maybe give it a try and see if there's a if you come up with some kind of magical word to make the 40k go away. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Pascal posted. So Pascal, we added the foliage, right? So some of my flower tufts, some of the leaves and ground cover onto our Fey Enchantress here. And again, the oils made that so easy. Made that so very easy. And of course, well, here was this was our Thursday stream right there. So Flat Thursdays return with Theoden and Snowmane. And well, these are tonight's. So 4 hours and 10 minutes ago, they looked, well, that's what they looked like. They looked just a wee bit different. It was pretty creepy, Bithran, I gotta tell you. It was very creepy. Here's last night's stream. So we are building up essentially a what if Galadriel took the ring army. So this will be our Galadriel for the army here, and essentially, basically, it's Galadriel takes the ring, and Lothlorien immediately goes full on winter. Full on winter. So Pascal, will you be streaming at all later today? I know sometimes you'll do that Sunday stream. And again, happy Sunday to you. So again, everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Pascal posted. And of course, please give Pascal a follow if you could. There we are. Alright, so again, everybody, please give Pascal a follow so that way you will be ready. And you'll get that notification. This was another case that we had to add a little bit of dark there on his finger to get some separation from the spear. A little more maybe, a little more there. So okay, these are 3D printed from Dandelions in Middle Earth. And we're just getting underway with this army. I've already done, I think, 6 miniatures from it. And I think we'll just, I think we'll crank away on a few more on Monday. Just because. And Thursdays, I might be painting some terrain on Thursday. So it could be a little bit more of a 3-dimensional Thursday instead of flat Thursday. Because I only have so many stream days left before Adepticon. And I've got to get that terrain painted for them. What are we doing here? Let's do some light there. Touch of light on that. Now, what about his helmet here? And again, the helmets on the printed versions here, as I just happened to see an old, again, it was like a Facebook memory or whatever, and it showed some of the old Galadhrim knights that I painted, and boy, those figures really looked ancient in that picture. And the helmets were really kind of flat and certainly kind of boring compared to these, I'll tell you. Let's see. Alright, fine. I'm going to try and get a little bit of my light along the edge of that shield. Also, this edge here. Nah, that didn't go where we wanted it to, so we'll come back with our indigo. All better now. no problem. I'm going to see if this fast matte white here, where's the new stuff that I just added? I guess I kind of nuked that. Let me see if I can scare up some more over here. Yeah, let's do that. Because what I need is one little point right about there. Also over there. Which would also help over on this side. Can't get that. So our fast matte white there. Try to go a little stronger with the light there. And maybe even a couple of these. Again, that bit of the scale mail right there. Alright, let me go back to this guy. See if we can do the same sort of thing here. On the ends of there we go. Okay, we needed to make the ends of these a little bit lighter, and now also right in here, we gotta really zonk that with a nice little light here. There, also here and there. I'm not gonna get any more light on the tree branch. Why? Because, well, that's gonna be snow on there. The lighter that tree branch, if we put a whole bunch of light highlights on that tree branch, it's gonna look, that snow is gonna just look dingy, because you're gonna have this snow right on top of something that's really light, and that is not gonna be good for your snow. At least not to have it look white, anyways. I'm trying to get this last little bit here of the gauntlet. We also need some reflected light down there. Let's put that there. Take the blending brush. See what it is. See how that took no time at all. Took no time whatsoever here. Fire in a little bit more of our light right there. Take the blending brush. And poof, I didn't have to mix any color, not on the palette anyways. This is our palette. That's the deal with the oil paints. Well, kind of did the same thing with the acrylics too, but especially with the oil paints, the miniature becomes your palette. What happened over here? I'm just gonna do that. I guess, oh, I see what might have happened there. Now, that might just be a little weird printing thing right there, so we won't do that. Now, Pascal, so have you, hopefully you've been able to keep your 3D printer going. I've really been happy to be able to print out terrain. That's the other thing I got to remember after the stream is to get the next print going. Let me take away a little bit of this. And some of that. A little bit more of that down here. Yeah, and I know that at one point the reaction to it and stuff, and I think hopefully the multiple glove stuff help with that. Ironically enough, here it's been too warm. Everything was set up for it to be, well, at least below freezing, and it certainly hasn't been that. So actually, it's been too warm outside, which has meant that it was much cooler inside. Now that's the resin style printing. I've certainly been able to fire away with the FDM style printing. Well, Aaron, glad that you're able to do that. That sounds really fantabulous. I don't know if I'll get a chance to do that myself. Let me see if I can. A little something right there, and then a little something there. So yeah, maybe a little bit of dark over the eyes or something like that. But yeah, I'm really kind of liking this idea, this theme idea here that Galadriel took the ring, and that's going to give us our wintry. At least now I can explain why. Good luck with that. Again, Surface Tension, you want to share your link to all your fabulous stuff there? Please go ahead and do that. They've been really looking tremendous. So I think I'm just gonna, yeah, I think Monday we'll just do at least another 2 or 3 of these guys. Of course, if they're drying this fast, I'll be able to get to all the snow effects on them much faster than I thought. And don't be surprised if I think on Thursday that I'm actually going to be painting some of that Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. Where's that blending brush here? So everybody, please check out the link that Surface Tension just posted. Some sensational oil painted miniatures as we get back to our dark a little more there. You know what? Maybe I even try to put a little bit of turquoise on his helmet. Maybe a little bit of that into the armor there too. That's a little too much. So that's kind of lighter. We have no. We just had a long thing of light. Now we've got some turn in that. Otherwise, it just kind of looked like, well, just a whole bunch of white and nothing else. Ooh, that's not leather there. That should be our lighter turquoise color here. Not a problem. We can do that. So yeah, I was wondering about that. That really should be our lighter turquoise there. Nice to see you again there, Duskarn. I hope that you are doing well. Happy Sunday to you. Here's hoping that all is well with you, of course. So yeah, Vithron, I think I don't know, I think there are like some panthers or something like that. Big statues or whatever. I think that's those would be the first things that I try, and I might even I'll see if there's a space for me maybe to put some kind of a flamey thing so we could do some object source lighting on them. I don't know if that'll work, but and then there's some of the vehicles too. So there was I think there's like 3 of them per box or something like that. Maybe there's only 2 per box. And then there was a couple of like some kind of personnel carriers, some kind of APCs. There was some trees, and the rest I don't remember. Well, Duskarin, sorry to hear about that. That is when it's just one person in event, that's difficult. But when you have multiples like that, that really just kind of that can grind you down really quick, can it? So again, everybody, please be like REP Artist and go check out the link there that Surface Tension posted some fabulous miniatures there. Again, all painted with oils. not saying, we're just saying. Let me see if I can get a little sneaky bit of that in there. Yeah, so again, that's something I think Monday I'll try and really look at that, look at the box there and just start to slap some primer on there. Some of it might be partially primer painted like those, the APCs. I might do some primer painting on those. Now, oh yeah, here, we've got a whole bunch of nothing right there. We gotta do something on this arm. I'm just gonna take that not radiant color and start working some. There we go. Okay, we need to do a little something with that here. Yeah, and of course, well, when now you're trying to take care of them while you're also getting zonked there too, Duskern. But hopefully everybody there is either on the mend or fully mended. And you can kind of get back to your regularly scheduled programming. Because yeah, that's an extra level of difficulty there when you're also down for the count and everybody else around you is dropping. Let's see if I can do a little. I don't want to make that too late there. That's getting later kind of than I was hoping. So yes, hopefully that is something that I can do after the stream here. Maybe get to do a little bit of exercise. Actually, if anybody knows of anyone that's doing miniature painting, because Gaming Blacksmith is only just playing video games. So yeah, he's just playing video games. So if anybody knows of somebody who is doing some miniature painting, that'd be fabulous. I look to see if maybe Paintwater Sommelier might be streaming, but I didn't see that. Well, Discern, I hope that you can make yourself a full recovery and kind of get back to what you would rather be doing, which is none of that stuff. Pretty much just about anything else, right? Good. You know what? I'm gonna take here some of this, some of the asphalt. Okay, good. I was hoping it wouldn't be too dark. Hey, Rathu, nice to see ya. So, Rathu, hopefully your weekend has played out very nicely. Hopefully you've had a chance to do some more visiting, of course. Here we go. Here we are. So we're having ourselves some fun here with it's kind of like my Zinch Tainted Tomb Kings. It's Galadhrim elves, sort of I guess infected by the One Ring. I'm really liking this story idea. Of course, I don't know if it'd be a good idea to post any of it to the Lord of the Rings Facebook pages, but there we go. Okay, so there's a little bit of a printing weirdness that happened there. Just kind of got rid of some of that. Geez, that's you know what? Still haven't had a chance to do that yet, Arathu. I do think that would be fun. Obviously, sitting there to get the same time is nice, but I think it would be kind of wild to do that. Again, never had a chance to do that, and I think that'd be very fun. So yeah, I just didn't see any. Maybe I'll just maybe type in something and just see if someone, because that actually did work out a few weeks ago, much to my surprise. Oh, here, let's get some dark over here too, like some actual heavy duty dark. There we go. Blending brush again. So now, Arathu, actually, have you been able to do any kind of miniatures related stuff at all? Oh, there we go. Okay, that's well, I sort of went a little too far and took out too much of my highlight there. I'll just come back and try that again here. I know that you've had a lot of different stuff going on there, Arathu. So not a surprise. Actually, I saw Big Jim. He posted something on Facebook today. I didn't have a chance to really analyze. I don't think it was his birthday. Maybe it was his anniversary or something like that. But yeah, I saw a post there by Big Jim, and didn't have the time to figure out what it was because it was right before the stream. There we go. Okay, there's a little string of lights there. We'll throw a little bit of light over there too. And maybe some of our turquoise here, right, to have that reflect. There we are. Also, there we have it reflected on that part of the armor, but not for whatever reason on the male. Let's see. That Pearline Black Duskern, boy, you know what? You just boy, I should have gotten my. Well, I think I could still get another tube of that before that sale ends. Actually, now Duskern, I know that those colors are pretty darn rugged because I've used them a lot, and I've used them on my done lendings and stuff. So that's the Pearline Black right there. And now, Dusker, you're using the Stynores primer also, right? I'm pretty sure that you are, because that's another important thing. I think he was streaming the other day. Actually, they're still doing their every other Friday, or is it every other Wednesday Pyro Club? Again, I feel bad that I haven't been able to keep up with them and such. I think I'll just have to send Slade a message just to say, hey. Alright, see you there, RIP Artist. Thank you so much for coming in with the Hero Zone. Appreciate you being here as always. Thank you so much. So yeah, Duskern, let's see, also too, I guess, was it a plastic miniature, metal miniature, 3D printed? Sometimes that can matter, but the primer can make a difference. And again, I have never had like the Mars Black and the Pearline Black. That has always been very rock solid because I've used the Pearline Black on quite a bit of terrain too, and that has been pretty solid. Let me see. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try and come back with this same. Later. Whoops, that's gonna be way too much paint. Gonna get rid of some of that. Now, oh, there you go. That's it, Duskern. As soon as I heard AK Interactive and Vallejo, yeah, those are the no bueno primers right there. Now, obviously, if you can't get the Steiner Res overseas, in a pinch, the MiG Ammo one-shot primer is actually made by Badger, the same folks that make Steiner Res. But yeah, that would be it. As soon as I saw those primers, I'm like, boom, there you go. That's gonna do it right there. And that's the other thing too, Duskern. I obviously we go directly from primer to oil paint. There's nothing in between, right? There's no inks or anything. That white ink could also make it very slippery, Duskern. I would maybe ixnay the white ink A, just to do a little bit of pig Latin right there. That to me kind of makes it. That would be like that's like waxing the bottom of some skis right there. So yeah, I think that might be that. That's probably the thing that just did you in there, for sure. And again, that's just the regular old Badger Steinerez. And again, because of our pre-glaze and everything, right? I just that's it. A lot of times it's just some kind of flat color like that, and then we pre-glaze over the top of it. So Surface Tension says in the UK, what is it? The Ultimate Primer is essentially Steinerez. So there you go. You can get that. Oh yeah, yeah, Dusker, and I just that was kind of a all of those things together. Oh my God! Actually, it's a miracle that any of it stayed on. When I heard all the different things involved there, so yeah, that hopefully that kind of takes away some of the what the heck is going on here. It's kind of like with printing, right? Something goes wonky with the printer, and just oh my gosh, what the heck was going on here? I am gonna just for the heck of it there. That is a bit of that sort of almost brownish color there in the hair. I just don't want it to be too straight up just white. Trying to get a little something, also a little bit of shading in there too. Yeah, Duskern, I don't know if you ever heard me tell the story of the one time I got to, well, tour and hang around the Badger factory with Ken and everything. I look over at one of the big shelving units and I see all this MIG ammo stuff. And I said, Ken, what in the world are you doing all this MIG ammo stuff on your shelves? He says, you don't know that we make the one-shot primer? I said, no. They actually, well, they obviously they make a bunch of different things. Obviously, they put someone else's name on it. Not a surprise, because there's not all that many paint makers in the world. What usually happens is someone approaches them and says, can you make me this paint with these minor specification changes? Duskern, ooh, just wait it out, because it was something that was 3D printed, and I have a feeling that they just didn't cure the resin all the way, and it took months. So I think what you may have to do is just kind of wait it out. Unfortunately, because that's what I had to do with that thing. Again, it was a 3D piece that someone had sent me. I didn't print it myself, but yeah, they must have not cured it all the way. And well, once it had the paint on there, it wasn't going to get cured anymore. So that created all kinds of mayhem. So here, I'm going to try here something. Let me see if this works like it did last time. Let me see something here. So let me see what happens with that. No, no, no. That is all a bunch of video games right there. Let's see if nothing found there. Let's try that. Well, there is. I found somebody who's painting. I found Jericho painting. But actually, well, now it's almost 3 a.m. here, and I need to get that print going and do a whole bunch of other things. Um, yeah, actually, Duskern, yeah, well, I never really varnish figures at all. I'll put some of the anti-shine if they have a little bit of shiny on them, but yeah, I don't, maybe one out of every 25 miniatures or 35 miniatures do I ever put any kind of varnish on there. But you will want to let it, now here, look at this. Here, let me show you some. This is from last night, right? Here, okay, good. There's no paint there. So that is dry. That is dry to the touch. I would still give this at least a a day and a half or at least 2 days minimum before I would put the Army Painter Anti-Shine on there. And again, that's this stuff right here. That's the only stuff that I use. That's it. I brush it on very, very, very gently. So thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate that. Of course, we appreciate all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers, also the raids. We had ourselves a level 12 hype train tonight. Let's see. We use the last of the battery power here. Oh, there you go, Grand Oracle. One last little hype train for you there as it heads off to the sunset or the sunrise in my case. Oh, Dusgoomba. Okay. Let me try this again then. So that was Jericho painting. Let's see if we can get to. Come on. There's minis by Mag. No, he's still not actually streaming yet. Actually, minis by Mag is still not. He's not streaming either. So no problem there, Ngane. So I'm just gonna try that again. So let's try more. Let's try this one more. Okay, there we go. We're just gonna go ahead with that. We're gonna get that raid countdown underway. We can try that one here. Let's see. How does that go? A7L. Alright, so we'll try that one. There you go. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. And again, I appreciate all of the bits and the subs and everything else. That is much appreciated. So we'll just be painting some more of these guys on Monday, just to kind of again give you a little hint of kind of how this goes here, right? Primer, pre-glaze, and then we start to add all of our lights and our other details on top of that. Thank you so much, Denethor. Appreciate everything. And Duskern, I hope that that does work out for you there. Again, sorry that it's kind of a little wonky on for you there. Just got the rate countdown underway. Again, these all done with the oil paints here. So 4 hours, 40 minutes, and a level 12 hype train. So thank you so much, everybody. And I will see you on Monday.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Guys, if you haven't followed Wampelius, he is an amazing painter. An amazing painter. Wampelius, I've been in your streams. Yeah, I still follow you. He does amazing work with oils. Amazing. You work with granite. Granite. When it comes to painting oils. Welcome in everyone. How's it going? How do you say? I really can't quite tell by pronouncing it right. Thanks so much for the follow. No problems, my good sir. How was it going? How was your stream before we got to it? stories for